Ya Allah Maduti. El Hijjas way up to Ali. Amin. Halias. 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 In transliteration, O Allah, the Father of the universe. O Allah, the Father of love. O Allah, the Spirit of truth. O Allah, the Spirit of peace. O Allah, the Spirit of freedom. O Allah, the Spirit of justice. O Allah, you are my protector. O Allah, you are my guide. O Allah, you are my salvation by night and by day. O Allah, through your holy prophet. O Allah, through Ali. Amen. Holy Issa, Holy Issa, Holy Issa. And we will go forth with our divine constitution of Moorish America. Act 1, salvation, our God, unity, the divine constitution of Moorish America. Act 1, the Grand Sheikh and the chairman of Moorish America are empowered to make law and enforce laws with the assistance of the Prophet and the grand body of Moorish America. The assistant Grand Sheikh is to assist the Grand Sheikh in all affairs, if he lives, to love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice, and it is known before the citizens of Moorish America. The bylaws. Act 2. All meetings are to be opened and closed promptly, according to the Circle 7 and love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. Friday is our holy day of rest, because on a Friday the first man was formed in flesh, and on a Friday the first man departed out of flesh, and ascended unto his Father God Allah. For that cause, Friday is the holy day for all Muslims all over the world. Act 3. Love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice must be proclaimed and practiced by all citizens of Moorish America. No citizen is to put in danger or accuse falsely his brother or sister on any occasion at all that may harm his brother or sister, because Allah is love. Act 4. All citizens must preserve these holy and divine laws, and all citizens must obey the laws of the government, because by being a Moorish American, you are a part and parcel of the government and must live the life accordingly. Act 5. No organization of Moorish America is to cause any confusion or to overthrow the laws and constitution of the said government, but to obey hereby. Act 6. With us, all citizens must proclaim their nationality, and we are teaching our people their nationality and their divine creed, that they may know that they are a part and a parcel of this said government, and know that they are not Negroes, colored folks, black people, or Ethiopians, because these names were given to slaves by slaveholders in 1779 and lasted until 1865 during the time of slavery. But this is a new era of time now, and all men now must proclaim their free national name to be recognized by the government in which they live and the nations of the earth. This is the reason why Allah, the great God of the universe, ordained noble Drew Ali the Prophet to redeem his people from their sinful ways. The Moorish Americans are the descendants of the ancient Moabites, whom inhabited the northwestern and southwestern shores of Africa. Act 7. All citizens must promptly attend their meetings and become a part and a parcel of all uplifting acts in Moorish America. Moorish Americans must pay their dues and keep in line with all the necessities of Moorish America, and then you are entitled to the name of faithful. Husband, you must support your wife and children. Wife, you must obey your husband and take care of your children and look after the duties of your household. Sons and daughters must obey father and mother and be industrious and become a part of the uplifting of fallen humanity. All Moorish Americans must keep their hearts and minds pure with love and their bodies clean with water. This divine covenant is from your holy prophet, Noble Drew Ali, through the guidance of his Father God Allah. Prophet Noble Drew Ali, peace and blessing be upon him, founding father and framer of the divine constitution and bylaws of Moorish America. Islam, Islam, Islam. Now we'll turn this over to The more that's reading the chapter of the
Islam.
book. Islam.
Islam, God, man. Gratitude. Islam family. I am Dr. Dinger, a knee occurred to Bay. We give honors to, we give praises to our great God Allah. First, let me rise and give praises to our great God Allah. I give honors to our holy prophet, Noble Drew Ali. I give honors to Act One. I give honors to all my government officials. Um, And I give honors to Dr. Marvin Edwards Bay for opening us up according to law and reading our Constitution and our bylaws. And I give honors to each and every one of you who here on this panel and those who are out there in Facebook land, Islam family. I will be reading chapter 34 coming from our Holy Quran. And it reads, Yehoshua, the prophet, had finished his task and must now go to the sons of men with love divine and peace on earth. The work of Yehoshua was done, and now he must go to teach the sons of men. And in the temple he stood and said, The Son of Man has come to bring the light of life. And all the brothers stood and said, This is a royal day for all the hosts of the earth, for salvation has come to all the children of men. 6 times before the bar, 6 times a conqueror. And then one said to Yehoshua, Brother man, most excellent of men, in all the temple tests you have won out. Upon your brow I have placed this diadem, and in the great assembly of all the world and heaven, you are the mastermind of all. Now man can do no more, but Allah himself will speak and confirm your title. Go your way and teach peace on earth, goodwill to man. And while the Hierophant yet spoke, the temple bells rang out in love, and the Logos journeyed on his way, a conqueror. Islam, Islam, Islam. We will now turn it back over to our host, our National Assistant Grand Sheikh, Dr. Sadu Amiti El Mahejet Sefsuel. Islam?
It looks like the National Assistant Grand Sheik had dropped the call. Dr. Edwards Bay, can you call and see?
Yes, ma'am.
Gratitude.
Gratitude.
We're going to give our brother a moment. It looks like he's coming back in. Gratitude.
Okay, gratitude.
Islam, it's a so sluggish system over here.
Praise Allah.
Islam, or America. Let us rise upon the 7 and give all praises to the great God Allah, Father God Allah, and honors to his holy prophet, honors to our holy prophet, Noble Drew Ali, El Hajj Sharif Abdul Ali, that is. We give honors to our Moorish kin once again, here, there, and everywhere, and therefore honors to all of you who are continuously honoring yourselves by being yourselves. We give honors to our Grand National Seal. We give honors to our Grand National Emblem, National Flag, Divine Constitution and Bylaws, and honors to all of you who are indeed a living manifestation and personification of everything, and I do mean everything, that our holy prophet brought to make us a nation. I want to welcome you, Moorish kin, to another Grand E.A.R.S Egyptian Adeptus Research Sultanate session. I'm your host instructor, Dr. Shahid Imani Al-Mohadi Shabazel. My ancient Comedian high name being the same as Dr. Shedawamenti El Muhajjed Shepsuel. And we have a grand drawing to bring on the manifest Moorish kin in relation to dealing with a further understanding of that Medu Ray in Kemet, which is known by many as hieratic. We have been making a lot of progress along the way. And we want to congratulate our scribes, the high priests and the high priestesses on the panel for all the work that you have done thus far. Teamwork make the dream work, and we doing this work, nevertheless, to uplift fallen humanity. So praise be to Allah. What we want to do, we want to open up as we normally do with further reading from our book of fire. And we have a grand drawing to bring on the manifest to our family. And so we will be coming out of pages 369 to page 373. And this is where we will stop at. And once we stop at this particular area here, we'll pick up and go into further measures. So without further ado and delay, can we get 3 of our family to come forward? Islam. Brother Marvin Edwards Bay, yes, sir. But you can actually start at 369 and you can stop at the top of page 371.
Islam.
Okay, and Brother Bati Bay, you can start at 371, right there at Islam, and stop at the end of the page 372. And we can also have
Islam.
Okay, Sister Curta Bay, Islam, you can start at page 373 and end at 373 in the end.
Oh,
Islam.
okay. It's just that one page.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Islam.
Islam. Gratitude. Brother Marvin Edwards Bay, you may proceed, Grand Man.
Gratitude. Yes. Okay, Islam family, praise and honors have been given, but I'll reiterate, all praise due to the great God Allah, and highest honors to his prophet, our prophet Noble Ali, and high honors to our Moorish American government, and this panel, and this E.A.R.S class, our Egyptian Adeptus Research Sultanate class. And I began reading the finale of religious controversies. Dear readers, it is not the intent of this chapter to speak radical against the major or the millions of minor organized religious groups. I, the author, do not desire to cause harm to a living soul on this or any occasion at all. The contents of my book, Noble Drew Ali, The Last Prophet, are truly dedicated to the exhuming of a nation through the high principles of love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. These are just simple lessons being returned in due time to a rightful and most deserving people. Until now, the majority of what so-called Negroes, Black folk, and colored people in BC know about religion have been learned from their foreign European oppressors. This is especially true of the NBC, whose beliefs are totally circumscribed by European Christianity / Arabian Islamic teachings, interpretations, and rituals. Since these theories are cultivated upon the subjugation and enslavement of Africans, it can only yield Sunday harvests of converted Black Christians that will never be greater than their oppressors. Candidly, the histories to both of these orders consider their roles in the continental occupation of Akubalan as eleemosynary. Wow. Yeah, eleemosynary and conquest of its Africans as doing the will of their God. Got to look that word up. The subject matter is religion. Religions usually involve matters of the heart, rituals, and perceptions of a deity or gods. Noble Drew Ali said, man's highest ideal is his God. Hence, man's God today, tomorrow may not be God, because as man unfolds, his God unfolds. Most Holy Quran 10, ayah 16. Therefore, this chapter will attempt to tiptoe through the minefields of religions, through the wars, pogroms, and millenniums of mass enslavements to psychic of mankind, where an entire people have been buried in shallow graves in the names and commands of various gods. This magnanimous task will be attempted without offending any of the gods or men that serve them. Yeah, right. Bear in mind, this book's ultimate focus is the exhument of a clean and pure nation of people. Regretfully, this new nation is buried beneath Western rubble, which mostly appears as religions. It is therefore necessary to sift through millenniums of religious dogma, superstitions, spookism, and a few Jesus to expose the only rejected gem of the human family. This nation, the Moorish Americans, founded by their holy prophet Noble Drew Ali, is actually the proverbial rejected cornerstone, the lost tribe of Shabazz, the lost foundation of the West, and the return of the ancient ones, the Ishmaelite, the tribe of Ali, the 144,000, etc., etc. Martin Luther King Jr. referred to them as we as a people will get to the promised land. This nation is properly revealed as the lost found tribes of Ali. This name is exact because the holy prophet Noble Drew Ali is the only one that found them, gave them their true free national name, and claimed them. Naturally, he had to break the Roman seals in order to redeem his people hidden therein. It is only fair to forewarn readers about this chapter. With all its benevolent intentions, certain of its truths will piss off the devil. In fact, it will infuriate Satan, Lucifer, beasts, and some dragoons, I want to pardon myself, demagogues, and a few other gods of African oppression. It may even cast out Western poltergeists that are secretly possessing African bodies. Fortunately, in this new era of time now, all truths are being revealed. So Satan, claiming to be in the image and likeness of Allah in this chapter, will be uncovered as the shadow of our lower selves and will pass away. See Adam and Eve. All modern religions carry at least a reflection of the truth somewhere near their cornerstone. All truth is one, and one truth never contradicts another truth. So, essentially, there is a bond of harmony in religions of the earth where all nations can learn to love instead of hate. Religion. The word religion derives from the Latin words religio or credo or creed, and basically means a system of beliefs or a faith. Africans developed the first religious creed and used it as a cornerstone for building character during their civilizing of the world. Being the first humans created, these sun-kissed people, still knowing their oneness with their creator, marked the one pathway uniting divinity to matter. The African peoples consciously fashioned religion as scientific law because law is the only thing that governs all events. Western religions are the Greek Roman version to African sacred schools of the ancient ones, sacred schools of thought. To a large degree, what we see today as religions pale in contrast to the God realization of the ancient ones. The essence of the word religion is, as used today, is but a shadow of interpretation of the original Egyptian holistic system. It is in the nature of a true religious creed to teach the practitioners to learn, know, and worship the great God within. If a religion introduced a mediator between man and himself as God, for example, prophet, man, or earthly manifest, it is not a true religion. When the God to worship resides in a place other than in the heart, the worshiper denotes to sacrilege. Today, religious separate, isolate, and cause more harm than help. So-called modern religions have created more wars and sanctioned more battlefield executions than slave lynching in America. In ancient Kemet, from where all today's religions derived, taught man's uniting with his God through concentrated thought and remembrance was the utmost foundation to events of life. The unseen Great Spirit was omnipotent. I mean, pardon self. The unseen Great Spirit seen in all things, especially man himself. This action was recognizing the force of light and sound as the omnipotent giver of life, and the acceptance of that life in human mud body of flesh and body of flesh. Hence, the definitions of the Islamism, pardon, I'm jumping lines. Hence, the definition of the old time African religion is law, universal law in harmony with the self. Simple. Drew Ali called this law Islamism. He taught the Moors Islamism is the name of their religion. Their ancient forefathers called it the Egyptian mystery system. The basis of Catholicism, yeah, and her multi-domination children is founded upon the premise of serving a visible trinity of gods which exists outside, not within, man. In the world of dualities, see Adam and Eve's dualities, religions are social necessities. They serve as reminders of man's rights and wrongs, do's and don'ts, sow and reap, good and evil, etc. Some governments and commune leaders as citizens, social pacifiers. Hold on, let me get this better. Okay. Okay. Hence, the definition of the old time religion is law, universal law in harmony with the self. Simple. Druali called this law Islamism. He told the Moors Islamism is the name of their religion. Their ancient forefathers called it the Egyptian mystery system. The basis of Catholicism is her multi-denomination children is founded upon the premise of serving a visible trinity of gods which exists outside, not within man. The world of dualities. See Adam and Eve's dualities. Religions are social necessities. They serve as reminders of man's rights, wrongs, do's, and don'ts, sow and reap, good and evil, etc. Some governments and commune leaders as citizen social pacifiers to the hereafter also use religions. These theologies have been dubbed as opium for the masses because of its sedative powers. Because of its sedative powers. Religions are used to quell civil unrest from their oppression. Religion can serve the purpose of establishing laws for man to govern himself in harmony with all other living things. In reality, this is not what religions of today indoctrinate. Religion to ancient Africans was holistic, fundamentally the science of life, which balanced with the harmonies of life and resulted in peace. This is why Noble Drew Ali reminded the Moors, our ancient forefathers were Muslims and accepted Islam, peace, as early as drinking water. All the major African prophets taught a portion of Islam. Prophet Muhammad, descended through the African seed of Hagar, perfected the ancient Egyptian mystery system for the first time into the Arabic language. The transliteration of the ancient mystery system, the world's first religious creed, into a single Arabic expression is pronounced al-Islam, al-Islam, or Islam, meaning peace in Arabic. To this day, over 1 billion Muslims refer to this perfect transliteration as Quranic Arabic. Contrary to public belief, the Holy Prophet Muhammad did not invent Islam, nor did he create a perfect new religion. Islam was, is, and will forever be the perfect religion. Its perfect path is portrayed in the creation and fall of man and the story of Adam and Eve. By the time Muhammad the first received the revelation in Havilah, Islamism had already been taught and practiced for over 20,000 years in ancient Kemet. Noble Drew Ali himself, a prophet to the Moorish Americans, taught. Question: what is our religion? Answer: Islamism. Question: is that the new or old time religion? Answer: old time religion. The origin of Islamism, not Islam, means the science or the adept philosophy of peace. He taught the Moors the religious ways of their ancient forefathers. This was a Moorish science, the study of self mastery. Masters know there is a great science in the exercise of thoughtless thinking. Since thought is the cause of all things, he wanted to teach the Moors to think. Think. Then they will be able to save themselves. The, con- the, con- the concentrate of peace, Islam, is to meditate within using concentrated thought. Question: who made you? Answer: Allah. Question: to the, to whom do we refer to at times as being the great God? Answer: Allah. Question: can we see him? Answer: no. Question: what is truth? Answer: truth is art, and art is Allah. Question: what other name do we give to truth? Answer: holy breath. Question: where is the nearest place to meet him? Answer: in the heart. Also see the third eye. Noble Drew Ali said, the young Moors with their third eyes wide open would be the ones to enforce his laws, and the old Moors must take a seat in the back, because we are going to have to take these principles and straighten out our brothers in Islam in the East. They have grown astray, have accepted demons from afar, and are now at war against themselves. It goes without saying the only thing a Muslim, Christian, or Jew will ever accept will be a higher adept teaching as what they already have faith in. Okay. None of Drew Ali's teachings support anything except love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. The five highest principles known to man. His pure and clean nation about to unfold will live by the powers of the life-giving as above, so below. Islam, gratitude.
Islam, Islam, Islam. First, I'd like to rise and give our man the praise to Allah, understood the Prophet, understood our dear created government, our royal council, our flag, seal, emblem, our divine constitution, our swift angels, Mufti, citizens alike, honest to all the Moors that are here and the ones that are paying attention online, honest to this panel. as well. Islam. The word Islam is Arabic for the word peace. Yet, peace, like most other principles of life, has become desensitized here in the West. Peace itself is infinite and in existence before Arabians were a thought. Peace is Allah, the great God, and the divine mind. Peace has no partners, faults, or opposition. Peace is infinitely pure and is in no way related to war, oppression, or strife. Their forefathers, the original African man, were the first use were the first to use peace. Most people, including some Muslims, equate peace as the opposite of war. This is an unbalanced concept and a grave misunderstanding of the word peace. Peace is the ordained harmonies of the universal order of life. Peace is the state of security found where divine laws are enforced. It is the tranquility in the freedom of all living things being themselves. Wars and strife are man-made weaknesses and conditions. There is but one true peace, and man must grow inward to return to that peace. True peace, like Allah, is one and is found only in man's conquered self. War and peace are related only from the finite point of view. This is why carnal man from the lands of fallen humanity must have strife before peace. Yet life's shadows are reflections caused by light. So is strife caused by peace. Peace and light exist without war and shadow. Peace is not found in pain, misery, or in the muzzle of a gun. Only the swift sword of wisdom can place the sabers of human knowledge into the sheath of peace. Ironically, the pale-skinned nations of Europe have sought peace at the end of a weapon for the past 3,000 years. Today, they still sleep with one claw on the Today they still sleep with one claw on their oppressed and the other claw on their weapon. Their ideal of peace rests in their breast between the two. See Illuminati chaos. Yehoshua calls this type of peace the peace of death. When he was asked, "Are you indeed the Prince of Peace?" What appendix? Life, Works, and Teachings of Yehoshua 13, 4-5. It says, what is Moorish American religion? 17. Question. What is our religion? Islamism. 18. Is that a new or is that an old time religion? Answer. Old time religion. There are yet two more of the 101 Quran questions for Moorish Americans found in Noble Drew Ali's questionnaire. There is a golden cord of divinity which unites all the questions and the answers. However, for a good understanding, one must have love, a true knowledge of history, and reliance upon Allah. Indeed, no finite mind can comprehend things infinite. Without these necessities, there cannot be any comprehension of Ali's 101 questions and answers. Every nation with free national standard is entitled to their forefathers' creed and independent religious path to the great God. Their ritual, customs, prayers, songs, and methods of practice are formed in a measure suitable to their salvation. All the Asiatic nations rooted in Africa have a divine origin. Moorish Holy Quran 45. The oneness of this divine origin is man's spiritual source of strength, and it is sustained through wisdom. Man's natural ethereal plane is spirit. Here, as well as there, he receives nourishment through thought activity. The faster and the more pure thoughts are from his higher self, the mother of virtues and the harmonies of life. They breed justice, mercy, love, and right. The slower, sluggish, and unclean thoughts are created in his lower self, whom men call the devil. Once these negative thoughts manifest outside of himself, they become Satan. going to and fro the earth seeking whom they may devour. Question 75. Here is where the fall of man really began. From here begot Lucifer, dragon, and beast. The fallen righteous corrupt nations and man-made men respectively. The lower self breeds hatred, slander, lewdness, murders, and theft, and everything that harms. Question 73. Every Asiatic nation has its religion, philosophy, and science, or otherwise a sacred school of thought which unites divinity and matter. The Moorish Americans are no exception. They too have their own religion. It is their own religion. The religion of their ancient forefathers, who are the true and divine founders of the first religious creed for the redemption and salvation of mankind on earth. Moorish Holy Quran 48:7. Currently, the fallen Moorish people of North America are serving pale-skinned Jesuses, crosses, white men, and other gods of Europe, most of which they know from little to nothing. They worship a religion borrowed from foreign lands and forced upon them under 4 centuries of death, threats, and physical deprivations. The breaking of their will gave hope to their safety. The breaking of the word gave hope to their safety. Today, this safety is termed as being saved. Being saved usually invokes favors of leniency of God, the ruler of the land. See question 93. The air of safe enjoyment for their lives and possessions drew images of a promised heaven yonder after death. Your followers deem themselves free, found, and apart from their doomed brothers outside of their God's house, the church. Here in the Western Hemisphere, the concept of the ancient Egyptian mystery system have been misconstrued and presented to the masses under the Greek word religion. Under the word religion, worship replaces knowledge of self, and rituals are instead of the deification instructions which man needs. Under the church, God has a day off for rest, and preaching is now where holistic lessons are supposed to be. Only in the upper Christian sciences and the secret lodges of Freemasonry are the higher degrees of man, as God is discussed. Westernized religions are all based upon the carnal nature formed by the 5 senses of European rulers. The highest ideal is the God compiled of what they can see, hear, taste, touch, or smell. From these derive a carnal nature based upon the body of desires, wants, and greed. Hence, modern day religions are heavily commercialized with pagan celebrations under the guise of holy days, holidays, e.g., Christmas, Santa Claus, Easter, egg-laying rabbits, or Sunday musical fashion shows, etc. Unfortunately for so-called Black Christians, Unfortunately for so-called Black Christians, any blessings they receive is because their Lord and Savior, Jesus, the white man Christ, have bestowed upon them. On the other hand, crimes, sins, and most diseases are white on black. Wrath and prison upon the sinners, police. And the word was coined Greek. It must be understood that slaves do not have choices. This holds especially true for those labeled Black and Negroes. Therefore, Christianity, which as a negative of Chemedian Egyptian 3-step picture from man to God, more so the Quran 7:25-31, was forced upon them. The true teachings of prophets Moses, Solomon, David, Yehoshua, and other Egyptian adepts were translated through Hellenistic Greek, 400 BC to the 4th AD. By what Alexander the Greek, 356 to 323 BC, Aristotle, 384 to 322 BC, and Socrates, 469 to 399. Plato, 428 to 347, could decipher from their lying eyes. By the time this hoax of Greek philosophy was poisoned into the Roman Catholic order, it gave birth to Christianity. The majority of modern day Christianity, as it is currently advertised as the Word of God, is focused upon an array of cultural misnomers of ancient Moorish civilizations, especially Egypt, which was the capital empire of the Dominion of Africa, chapter 47. It must be clearly understood that 500 AD to 200 AD, the Greeks didn't know jack about being civilized. In fact, the Egyptians were educating many Greeks before and after the invasion by Alexander the Greek. Yes, I said the Greek. Being of Moorish descent and author of this book, I cannot see a former guest turned conqueror of my people as great. Thus, he's just Alexander the Greek. Then the Romans added their seasoning to this religious dish of Christianity. The Italians translated the Greek misnaming of Egyptian sciences into Latin from the Roman Empire to the Roman Catholic Church through the Renaissance and on into the English language. A people's language expresses the totality of their understanding and determines their prosperity. And if one's language does not capture the essence of another language, then its truth will not be conveyed. The accuracy and the timing will not be in the translation. Without truth, one is subject to deception and hypocrisy. The original Bible was not the word of God, but in reality, it was the word of the Greeks. Today's Bible is often called the word of God, and no one can tell its millions of faithful NBC people other than that it is the word of God. It is God's word. Little do they realize the wages of inaccurate history is a darkened future. As vividly revealed later in this chapter, it was the Greeks, not God, who wrote the first Bible. Albeit the so-called black people are mere readers of the word and not its author. Most fail to see the impossibility in reading any manuscript without absorbing the opinion of its authors. Needful to say, the Greek misinterpreted slant to Moses' revelations of the ancient Egyptian mystery system are a far cry from the soul perfecting degrees of the ancient African words. Therefore, it is a dire necessity when studying history, one must take into account all the surrounding times, peoples, and conditions in order to ensure the validity of that history. This is why Muslims teach Quranic Arabic to all Islamic converts, no matter their national tongue. As a result, they will receive the full favor of Allah's message through his holy prophet Muhammad. There are many words in the Arabic language that cannot be transliterated into English, Latin, Spanish, etc., without losing some or all of their potencies, especially English, which is well known as the mutt or bastard language of the planet. Islam, 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 and Allah. I'd like to turn this meeting over to Dendra and E.A.R.S. Islam.
Islam, Islam, Islam. I am Dendra and E.A.R.S. I will be starting with the history of the Moorish religion, Islamism, the first religious creed on earth. Noble Ali taught the Moorish Americans, the fallen sons and daughters of Africa have borrowed a faith from foreign lands, and the God they serve is not their own. This makes them a beggar people, and a beggar people can never produce the best in themselves. Prior to the advent of Noble Ali, the so-called Negroes, Black, and colored people in BC assumed the church and Christianity, which had been forced upon them during the time of slavery, was their own religion. With this faith With this faith came their pale-skinned, blue-eyed Lord and Savior, Yehoshua Christ, a Western name for Yehoshua. They were correct. From the slave perspective of NBC, these religious tenets did, in fact, belong to slaves, for slaves, and about the earthly salvation of slaves. This is to say, at best, when any slave has been saved, redeemed, or re-salvation, he or she will still be officially an NBC slave. A saved slave, albeit recognized as a good Christian, is still just a slave. The truth is, one must first be free before they can enter the gates of heaven. Bear in mind, freedom is not attained through the service of another man's God. And exactly what church of Christianity has fed their NBC to be an autonomous nation of people? This is why Noble Drew Ali taught the Moors about their own religious creed, their own God, and their own true heaven. Every nation has its inherent religion, but they have first come to the realization they are indeed a nation. Question: what is our religion? Islamism. Question: is that a new or is that the old time religion? Old time religion. In 1865, when U.S. slavery was abolished, the ex-slaves were without the religion of their forefathers, and subsequently, being without their own religion, they blindly continued to serve the gods of the former slave masters. The abolishment of the institution of slavery in no way replaced the two-fifth nationality and divine creed denationalized from the Africans, which left them as only 3/5 of all other persons. The church and Christianity, having been forced upon them during their centuries of captivity, was the only system of religion they knew. Unfortunately, it is a historical fact the religion of any slave government was never constituted with power to free its slave. Now, more than 145 years later, not one of the 1 million plus NBC of the cloth, with very few members of their congregation, question why they will never be free while under the same government that enslaved them, especially as they have faithfully served another man's God. Islamism, as the world's first religious creed, was pronounced Hotep. Hotep is the holistic science or study of peace. Hotep translates into the Arabic language as Islam. Islam, because the Arabian name became the Arabian name of the old time religion, as it was perfected for Arabians by the Holy Prophet Muhammad, Surah 5 and 3. He chose Islam from the African ancient monotheistic sciences to the people of Havilah, Arabia, because they had strayed away from this straight way to Allah as taught by his African forefathers. In fact, Muhammad was a direct descendant of Hagar, the Egyptian goddess, which mothered Ishmael, first true son of Abraham. Readers must bring to mind the roots of Hotep being millenniums before Kemet became the center of the world's greatest teaching and civilization. The name Kemet translates into Kingdom of God, Lord of the Gods, or God of Gods, which modern man called Egypt. They refer to the creator as Olodumare, nature. This translation is the true foundation for the Islamic fundamental. There is no God but Allah, and Allah is the father of the universe, as brought to the Moorish American by Noble Jew Ali. Angels are true beings. The station of angel is a station held in harmony with its original creative destiny. They are celestial thoughts of the great God and are often manifest in flesh filled with melanin. An angel is the highest station of man, expressing the will of divinity. Comedian adepts that were sent to various nations in need of realignment with the oneness of this great God were called angels. They were Muslims whose will could only obey the will of the great God Allah. The most noted angelic stations of these Africans were entitled Gabriel or Michael. Angels bring, defend, and teach messages to prophets that are necessary to redeem their nation. The messages were always about Hotep or Islamism, and the messengers were always olive-skinned brothers or sisters called angels. Islam, Islam, Islam. I will now turn it back over to our National Assistant Grand Sheik, our host for this morning. Islam?
Islam. Can you hear me, sister?
Islam, I can hear you now.
Gratitude. Islam, Islam, Islamism. But let us rise once again upon the seven, giving all praises to the great God Allah, Father God Allah, and honors to his holy prophet, honors to our holy prophet, Noble Drew Ali, Al-Hajj Sharif Abdul Ali, that is. We give honors to our Moorish kin once again, here, there, and everywhere, and therefore honors to all of you who are continuously honoring yourselves by being yourselves. We give honors to our Grand National Seal. We give honors to our Grand National Emblem, National Flag, Divine Constitution and bylaws, and honors to all of you who are indeed a living manifestation and personification of everything. And I do mean everything that our holy prophet brought to make us a nation. Again, we want to give honors to all of our Moorish kin on the manifest in this new era and time. We want to say happy manifestation day to our holy prophet, Noble Drew Ali, El-Hajj Sharif Abdul Ali. That is, we give honors to our holy prophet and also give honors to my grand seed, the young God man who is also brought forth through this same birth portal, whose manifestation day is also today. Our beloved brother, Prophet Noble Drew Ali and my grandson. We celebrate two other Muslims, praise be to Allah. And I was able to wheel that demonstration on the manifest. They say he gonna be born on the 10th. I said, no, he gonna be born on January the 8th. And so nevertheless, that one became manifest. And before we go into it, I want to touch on a brief bit of esoteric numerology, and I'm gonna actually get into a breakdown, later outside of the call. I put it on the map manifest once I do the math on it. But there's a drawing here dealing with numerology and the divine triangle, and it has to deal with power, youth, and wisdom, and it goes by 9. In regards to dealing with 9, we know it represents re-entry to us in our science, but it shows you that one moves from 9 up to 18 to 27 to 36, 45, and all of these particular stages in one's life, there's a change. So when you take January 8th and you add it, basically dealing with the number aspect of it, the first month along with the day, you actually get the number 9. And so I just want to touch on a drawing here in relation to dealing with 9 as it relates to a path of destiny number. And it states as the path of destiny number, perfection is your goal, but it is rarely attained on this plane. Pay attention now. It says your mission is a charitable one. Now, you know, our holy prophet was born again on what? January the 1st. January the 8th. Pardon self. And that 8 and that 1 pardon self goes into 9. He said, I can better aid my people. And this is the paraphrase from the plane of soul. So he said, as the path of destiny number, perfection is your goal, but it is rarely attained on this plane. Your mission is a charitable one. You may meet many tests and setbacks, but the lesson of forgiveness will bring temperance to those situations. The higher you evolve, the more tests you are apt to meet. So guard against losing balance. You strive to live an ideal life and hope to inspire others to do the same. You desire better the world through philosophy and philanthropy, and become impatient when results come slowly. You need to realize that evolution occurs only in long cycles of time. This is very important too, you know, and we can look at this right here. If we're looking at this aspect, the long cycles of time have to do with, in most cases, people think things come into fruition right then. Our prophet is working from the plane of soul right now, continuing the work that he knew he wouldn't be able to complete upon the plane of things made manifest because the will of our people were too sluggish. That's what I'm getting out of this right here. This is just dealing with this special expression. It says you will meet famous people in your lifetime who will be impressed by the breadth of your thinking. Prophet Noble Drew Ali had many people that was renowned, politicians, you know, attorneys, and, you know, all these people were known. It says you should learn not to cling to old associations. It says when you have fulfilled your role with an individual, you must move on. I know our prophet said this right here. I have a good mind to leave you, Moors. And a lot of people didn't get the drawing out of that as special measure. He wasn't talking about leaving them on the plane of things made manifest. He already knew that he was going to be able to better do his work beyond the plane of things made manifest. That's what I'm getting from this drawing. So it says, when you have fulfilled your role with individual, you must move on. You cannot be limited to a small circle of friends. Your broad philosophy must touch and enlighten the lives of many. Now look at this now. This is just by dealing with the first month and adding that to this day, you know, and that's 9. That's the reentry, you know, and also makes me think where my work is to aid and assist my young grandseed along the way, you know, dealing with this same portal of the birth. Now, we are presently in 2023. So what I want to do before I go there, I'm going to actually go to another area here because they actually have personal years as well in this demonstration. That's the path of destiny, you know, but we ain't got to go into the outer personality number. That ain't really necessary at this time. We'll do that later. But what I will do is I want to touch on this present year in relation to dealing with, you know, the unfoldment in the birth process. So that's 2023, that's 4, and 3, that's 7. And let me see what this manifests as a result of 7. And I'm just doing this as we read now. And I'm going to just put this in the path of destiny category as well. Okay. So we have 7 as the path of destiny number. Your depth of character and seriousness, it says, destined you to be a teacher of ethics. You psychically separate the true form from the false and can discover and reveal some of the mysteries of life to a waiting world. Oh man, this is powerful. It says you should become the thinker, the philosopher, the scientist, the mystic, or religious zealot whose destiny is the mind. Some may see you as strange and hard to understand, but they will follow your teachings and seek your counsel when they are troubled. Your example, public image could benefit a whole community and eventually the world. You find strength in solitude, wisdom in moments of silence, and strength in your own knowledge. In ancient days, those born on the 7th were placed in the temple to become priests or priestess because all were aware of their mental powers. Develop your mental powers and the world will benefit. This is actually inspiration to all of us because we talking about this present year celebrating the prophet. And so this is our path of destiny number right here as a whole, as a collective, going under the guidance of the prophet. But we can also see how this was as well true during the time of our holy prophet Noble Drew Ali. Let's deal with 1886. Okay, so that's 8. Okay, that's 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 22, 23. Okay, 23, 2 and 3 is 5. Okay. We're going to deal with this and go back a little bit, dealing with 1886. When we add that together, we get 5. We already know 5 is a high number. Path of destiny number during the time of the birth of our prophet. Many changes occur in your life, and your mission might well be to promote progress through a willingness to accept change. You are definitely not keyed to the old order or outworn ideas and set principles. So, this is powerful already because it made me think about celestial garbs. The old garbs have become worn out and they need a grander measure to be brought on to manifest. So one was to give to men new garb. This is what our prophet did. It said, you are definitely not keyed to the old order. That's why he often spoke of the new Moors coming in and sitting the old ones down. A new mindset. This is a new era of time. It makes sense. It says you are willing to adopt new concepts and new points of understanding, even to the extent of daring to claim the liberty to suggest new ways of doing things. And you have the ability to present the new in logical and acceptable terms. You make stepping stones of changes and cleverly turn them into growth experiences. You do not, however, forget conventions, since you are really not a rebel. Instead, you propose new ideas and promote enlightenment. You have the courage and willingness to let go of the old and experiment with the new. You are very fluent and expressive with words and can find writing, lecturing, or selling the perfect outlet for these talents. Now, not only am I seeing our holy prophet in this manifestation and then bringing that up into now as a grand draw. I can also see this as a personification when it go into the study of self and what my particular mission is, what your particular mission is, what our particular mission is as a collective. Because remember, we are a grand body that represent the prophet. So this is really speaking past, present, and future. That's why we say time never was when man was not. And this is just dealing with the path of destiny number, that I'm going into here. I like this. This is powerful work here, and before I go to my next phase of this drawing, I just want to get some feedback from our panel and ask them what they think, because we don't want to lose the thought of what we just brought forth. We can go a little further into this, but, there's more extensive drawing. So we're going to see what our family have to say about this grand drawing. And then we'll move forward with our program. Islam? Any more want to comment on that?
Islam.
Islam, family.
Islam. This is Dr. Bachi Bey with Iowa Territory. And when you're looking at, that I've been getting, and the crazy thing is I've been getting a lot of this message is that you're supposed to teach and keep it moving. That's one thing that's a Moorish paradigm, is to teach and keep it moving and not be blockaded by what you're going on to. So we got to understand is even in a field, when you're as a farmer, they go plant seeds and they may have many different fields that they plant seeds on. And in order to get and yield the most, you have to spread the most seed. You have to spread the most or plant the most seeds. And when you're planting your seeds, you have already did the preparing of the groundwork. You have already did the checking on the nutrients. You done did all your studies in order to get to the point where you are ready to plant. And then you foresee, you don't really keep monitor of its growth, but you watch it grow. You watch it grow. And we're seeing that what the prophet had brought is it's touching people that aren't even in this fold. You know what I'm saying? And that's the crazy part, is that you see the seed, even with the like you were saying. I don't know if that was, I think that might have been last night, but the seed of love, true peace, freedom, justice is everywhere, in every religion, in every walks of life. That's exactly what people are going for, but it comes in so many different forms that to us it may look foreign, but it really isn't. It's just an aspect of it given to us as a reflex, but it's still coming in that line of love, true peace, freedom, and justice. So I see why he said he had to go to the soul plane in order to continue his work, because there everything is not shrouded by the flesh. You're not bound down to what is, saying, all the things in front of you. You actually got more freedom because you're not, you don't got the flesh to hold you down. You know what I'm saying? And so that's a grand measure when you think about it. Islam, peace and love.
Islam, peace and love. Yeah, and it's powerful too on how that path of the destiny number aligned with exactly what that mission was. So yeah, that's a grand drawing, brother. Praise be to Allah. Islamism without the schism. All right now. 9, re-entry.
Islam.
All right. Islam, Grand National Secretary of the State.
Islam, rising, giving praises to Allah, honor to our prophet, honor to our class, our Egyptian Adeptus research class, Sultanate class this morning. Blessed Prophet's Manifestation Day. Also to your grandson and to Dr. Bati Bey. Praise Allah. Much honor to Act One, and much honor to you, National Assistant Grand Sheikh, for this powerful class, and to all my Moorish kin on the panel and out there in Facebook, YouTube, listening in. For me, dealing with the path of destiny number, it was so profound, because just being able to listen to that a special number and relating it to Prophet Noble Drew Ali, and also relating it here in this point in time dealing with self. Many tests, you'll meet many tests and setbacks, but it brings temperance. And that's such a powerful demonstration, because the more that we study, we know that the closer that you get to the light, the greater the shadows. So that brings you to a level of being able to see your own growth and development, and looking at it from the perspective of what Prophet Noble Drew Ali had to go through when he was in the flesh, and dealing with those around him that are looking at him as less than who he said he was because of a westernized thinking or just fresh out of slavery. Looking at strength and solitude, which brings back to the point in reference to how powerful meditation is, and contemplation, and being able to go back to your source of divinity and recognize the strength within yourself. And the last aspect that stood out to me, dealing with the path of destiny, number 5, willing to accept change. And I can recall early in my life, 20s and 30s, 40s, recognizing I would make the statement, I don't like change. I don't want to hear change. I like things the way they are. But the more that you do the research in dealing with the study of self, you see that change is necessary in order for your own growth and development, in order for you to be able to master that discipline and control within your own mindset, so that you can be the message that you bring. So in essence, I was, in making those statements, putting limitations on the self and bucking against my own growth and development, because of one being comfortable in what they thought was where they should be, So this is just a beautiful unfoldment, not only looking at it from the perspective of Prophet Noble Drew Ali, but the perspective of where I am within my Moorish American government, and also the destiny that we have got to evolve onto in our daily lives. So gratitude more for bringing this a special measure forth. Peace and love. Can't hear you, Dr. Shahid.
Islam, gratitude. Praise be to Allah. Gratitude, that's a grand measure, Grand National Secretary of the State. Very powerful. And even in reference to dealing with the measures, these also go into the number that was given to us by our Grand National Chairman. There was a re-entry or rebirth as a result of this number in relation to dealing with the work that we called to do. You know what I mean? So there's powerful drawings in relation to dealing with these special measures once we have a clear conception, of what these numbers represent. For example, angel number 4, the number that was given to myself, I found out that it actually represent in my rebirth into being who I am, knowing who I am. This actually has to be dealing with a sign from the angels that they are working hard on, the behalf of self. We are working hard on the behalf of each other, and the angelic hosts always contacting ones with a message about what we need to achieve when it comes to the goals that we are seeking to accomplish. One has to have an open-hearted mind and prepare to receive the guidance. The meaning behind it has to do with it being a practical number, and our angels use it to communicate with us about everyday down-to-earth concerns. Unlike the angel number 3, which is creative and highly spiritual, the angel 4 can be taken quite literally to mean that your guardian angels are near you on the earth working on your behalf. And that let me know that I'm surrounded by a band of swift angels. You see, literally. So the angel number 4 also is likely to provide one with direct guidance, about life, because the number 4 is concerned with practical matters. And angelic messages contained in the angel number 4 may be related to everyday mundane concerns that may otherwise slip by unnoticed. So this angel number 4 has a whole bunch of information behind it. It has to do with being guided by the ancestors again, i.e. angels. When you notice this demonstration appearing repeatedly, it deals with the urgency of the message, that actually is likely to increase through repetition. And this is the way that I receive the truth in most cases. Not only do I see it here, but I see it there. I see it everywhere. We also know, this is really just dealing with wisdom speaking from on high, being given a guidance. Well, we know the prophet is the one that's on high. You see, it also has to do with where one is instructed to realize that each and every one of us is given a unique, in our own way, we say tailor-made talents. Every human being is gifted with unique talents and may be unexercised skills. And so we come on this earth to fulfill our unique path and unleash the true potential that lies within us. The appearance of angel number 4 also in your life is a wake-up call to realize our true potential and unique potential. You know, and so it goes on to say we are capable of so many great things, even though we do not know it yet. But if we be patient, everything will show up to you at the exact time and moment. So, you know, these are opportunities of one to know self, coming to self-discovery, open up yourself to new ideas, opportunities, and possibilities, trusting all the signs that are given to one, you know, and have the courage to unleash one's true potential, you know, to make extraordinary things. Angel number 4 represents success, achievements, and rewards. You know, even if it's about how to better organize your life for success or how to tackle the uniqueness inside of you, the angels are supporting and guiding you toward a better time. Again, I see this as my Moorish kin. So these are some of the things, you know, as it relates to the angel number 4. Very powerful. You know, I want to see what this drawing has to do with the path of destiny number, and then we're going to open up and go further. I'm just curious. It say 4 is stability, a 4 square consciousness, the symbol of law, symbol of order. It is firmness, security, stability, conservatism. It is the builder who must submit to earthly things. It says where form and substance are the predominant elements. 4 is the nature that relates to the earth. The formation of the earth took place on the 4th day in the biblical story of creation. The attraction of the ions felt on the 2 led to interaction on the 3. Now on the 4, the inevitable concentration of energy occurs, pardon self. It says, and formation is taking place. The ions realize that they can no longer scatter their energies, but must now place them in a productive, orderly system, and therefore develops a practical nature through self-discipline and binds itself to a conventional routine exercise of its energy. Keywords: form, work, order, practicality, construction, stability, endurance, discipline. That inspired me already, you know. So basically, that's what we actually doing too. That's something else, because, you know, we want to give our family a sense of being able to make things applicable, you know, put everything in its proper order, just like we do with these lessons right here. It's strange that I didn't know of this, but it's falling right in line. There are no strange happenings though. So, you know, that's a powerful demonstration. Got me want to do some more research on, you know, the drawing. So law is leading on in victory is sure. So that's a powerful measure. Any other more would like to come forth before we go forth with the rest of our program? Islam. All right. Going once.
Islam.
Islam, Brother Marvin Evans, Bay.
Gratitude. Gratitude to Dr. Elvis Bay. Yeah. I'll wait for Dr. Diane Carter B to come on. Islam.
Islam, Sister Curtis Bay. Okay, Brother Marvin Evans Bay. Gratitude, God, man.
Okay, he was wanting me to say something.
Oh yeah, I guess he said he was waiting for you to come forward. He don't put you on the
I know he didn't put me on the spot, but I'm just sitting here absorbing everything. And when you do this numerology, but what I did think about when you just finished reading about that number 4, and I thought of what come to me too when you was talking about the stability and all of that. The number 4 also represents freedom, which is the 4th principle and our 5 highest principles in the land. And when you start talking about freedom, I mean, you know, and what our prophet has done for us, we are free. You talked about stability, and I forget the other acronym that you mentioned, but when you're free, you're able to do all those things. You become stable in what you're doing. You become all of those things. So gratitude, that's all I have to share. Gratitude for let me share that a little bit. But that's what I thought about when you was talking about that number 4.
Islamism. That's a powerful demonstration to look at it that way right there too. Because when we go into that science, connecting us to that, you know, oh man, that's a grand demonstration. Even the 4th degree being philanthropy. You know, philanthropy is also a drawing that's being brought to the manifest that we can see. And man, that's just powerful. Freedom and philanthropy, serving others, you know, and freeing our family by offering our service. That's what I can think of. Islam Grand Secretary of the state of South Carolina. Islam. All right, Brother Marvin Evans Bay.
Islam and gratitude.
The bill now.
Sir?
I say you can't hide behind the bill now.
No, never.
I'm just messing with you, grandma.
No, you're messing with this. No. Listen, yeah, gratitude for calling me. Yeah, this is Dr. Marvin Evans Bay out of Texas Consulate. Praise and honor have been given. You know, very powerful demonstration. I mean, for me, I look at the numbers, you know, mathematics. You know, they are, of course, significant. You know what I mean? And getting into the understanding of them, you know what I mean, is the beautiful part about it. You know, you talk about how we, you know, as each more, you know, has a purpose. I always say this, you know, what's our purpose, you know? And so as we come into the realization and through this study of Islamism, you know what I mean, it's bringing to light, you know what I mean, more and more for myself, you know what I mean, as for my purpose, you know, and the significance is even going back to my birthday, 11 and 7, you know, I think about this all the time, you know what I mean, but, you know, like I said, like, you know, the more we come into a greater understanding of this, you know what I mean, the more sure-footed we become. I put it like this here, in our travels and in everything that we do, because you know that there are no happenings. You know what I mean? There's nothing that's just happened. You know what I mean? There's no accidents. So while we are here, you know what I mean, we have a magnanimous job. You know what I mean? And we're seeing it. It is being fulfilled more and more every day. You know what I mean? And, you know, sometimes, you know what I mean, I feel that, you know, I'm missing something. I don't understand it. But then again, as I continue to strive, you know what I mean, it unfolds more and more, you know. And so it's just a beautiful thing to be here at this time in my life, you know, and be willing to learn, to understand and grow. I mean, it's just such a beautiful thing. And I just look forward to more of the lessons. Gratitude.
Islam. Gratitude, grand man. We give honors to all of our Moorish kin for their input. You know, this is powerful. We know math, you know, is the most accurate form of numbers in relation to dealing with a manifestation of a language. So all of our letters, even when it comes to the hieratic, have a connection to gematria. That's a whole nother drawing. I wonder what words are made manifest when we do the math on these demonstrations, because there's also, you know, inner personality, outer personality. I didn't get into those things. They relate to a breakdown of the actual name as it refers to one dealing with the vowels and one dealing with the consonants. But we'll, you know, that's a whole nother measure. We'll get into it, like I said, a little later. But what I want to do, I want to come forth with a reading from the book of Ali. So I want to really emphasize, you know, our prophet's manifestation day, giving honors to that. And also I would like to shed a little light And then I'm gonna go into our drawing dealing with the Medu ray and Comet as well. This is just where I was guided at the moment. I didn't even really intend to go this way, but the ancestors intended for me to do this because this has a merit, so to speak. Somebody that is out there listening, they need to hear this special message in order to bring them some clarity. I don't know exactly who it is, but somebody needs some clarity out there. And so let me share my screen here because we're talking about the opening of the celebration of the Holy Week of Prophet Noble Drew Ali, our holy prophet. Okay, let me share. And this is coming from the book of Ali, family. The little book of Ali. And it ain't strange people talk about the book of Eli, which was spelled E.L.I, but it was actually written on the census. The prophet's name was written as E.L. and I, and this was, I wouldn't even say that it was a mistake that happened, because we can see some changing, between E and A as it relates to dealing with vowels in language, but there are no strange happenings, but they actually used the name Eli when they mentioned the prophet in the census. That's a whole nother measure. E.L.I, which is, they say, the book of Eli. But that's something else. Here's a little book, a prophet Noble Drew Ali right here. And listen to what it says. We're going to go through this briefly. It says, born January 8th, 1886, in the state of North Carolina. Noble Drew Ali, his nationality, like our free national name, is Moorish American. And this is our story. It says, an untold number of souls have been enlightened due solely to the angelic appearance, it says, of Prophet Noble Drew Ali. Now, I can already see what we read about the angelic numbers and, what we read in the Path of Destiny number, on how this stuff is actually being written here already by our chairman. It was saying that the Path of Destiny, for one, was basically to put a measure out there that people was going to benefit from. So look at this. Our chairman is saying this here. Now, the chairman didn't know per se, about what was written in this book, but his words are corresponding with the actual outcome of the angelic number. No one truth contradicts another. That's what that's telling you. That show you that the truth is the only thing that changes not. Ain't no strange happening. This ain't no spookism now. It says, an untold number of souls have been enlightened due solely to the angelic appearance of Prophet Noble Drew Ali. Among these are heads of states. In Egypt, Saudi Arabia, Morocco, United States, Mexico, and Cuba. There were also individual lives affected by his exalted teachings. J.A. Rogers, Daddy Grace, Father Divine, Farad, and Elijah Muhammad. The latter, as a member of the Detroit Temple, was registered as Elijah Poole Bey, later to be known as the Honorable Elijah Muhammad of the Nation of Islam. We actually have the membership roll, Temple number 4, Detroit, that proves this. We also have ran into ones that tell us that the charter to Temple number 4 was found in the brother's possessions. You see, when his house was being cleaned up by his son, Ward D. Muhammad, in Detroit. So we can go on and on. We got his name on the membership rolls as an adept, paying dues and everything. So it says, he too received all of his ancient history and sciences from Eastern teachings revealed by Noble Drew Ali. Prior to meeting the prophet, as all the Negro, Black, and colored NBC people, right, Poole Bey lived according to his Christian training in the West. Noble Drew Ali left his human form in July the 20th, 1929, after giving to his Moorish people everything it takes to save themselves as a nation. Within hours of his transition, there was utter pandemonium, chaos, and confusion that hit the Moorish membership like the Titanic hit the iceberg. Then Elijah few of Garveyites and members of the Moorish Science Temple of America branched to form the Nation of Islam. It was mostly because the proclaimed Moorish had recently lost their prophet and their minds. I want to stop right here too, because I got a lesson over here from 1934, in a bunch of my paperwork from the NOI when they was talking. And it's actually a lesson dealing with the history on the tribe of Shabazz. But in that particular history, there's a point where it talks about Father Divine, Daddy Grace, and all of them is special ones, and how they was on the manifest, and when Farad and Elijah come together and there was a choosing, they was jealous and he was unlearned. But the main thing Farad said in this old lesson, he said Marcus Garvey, he's gone, and Prophet Noble Drew Ali, he gone. So now we got them all to ourselves. That's what it literally say in this lesson from 1934 that I have over here. And I had it for basically around about 30 years. I had this, I got a whole bunch of paperwork years ago when I was reading a bunch of things. So in this measure, that's what he actually say. But anyway, it goes on, it says, remember, Noble Drew Ali had only made a few adepts worthy to transmute with him beyond the blue ether plane. These few adepts, according to Ali's prophecies, remained mute, while Charles Kirkman Bey, who was not an adept, and other NBC Lodge members outlawed Drew Ali's divine constitution and bylaws and replaced it with his own rules and regulations of 1934. In the next 70 years, this act alone would make the true national movement disappear from the face of the earth. This is why Prophet Noble Drew Ali said, if Moors wasn't careful, 50 to 60 years after he was gone, you wouldn't know that he had been here. Now, I can tell you straightforward, 50 years, since it was the youngest number, 50 years from the time of the prophet transition was 1979. That's the year I was born. And by that particular time, the movement had somewhat become buried. As a matter of fact, it was at this time when the chairman was on the manifest straightening things out, so to speak, with some of those adepts that the prophet had made, the few, because we got record of that too. He didn't make but a few adepts. But again, it says one would not get a balanced picture when reviewing the 82nd year non-productive history of the MST of A if the researcher does not duly consider the prophecies of Noble Drew Ali, because the MST of A members lost sight of their holy prophet. The lost found Moors had to wander around for 40 times 2 years. It says before realizing themselves in the same kind of exodus today as did their forefathers yesterday. Like the Hebrews had no Hebrew land promised to them because no Hebrews actually came to ancient Kemet. It says for 40 years they were not allowed into the promised land of Canaan because of not recognizing their national descent nature and names of their forefathers. Pay attention to that, my Hebrew family. Hittite, Moabite, Amorite, and Canaanites, etc. During this wandering period in the USA, Moorish, with little or no faith in their prophet, developed a psyche similar to that of the ancient Hebrews. With each passing day, their minds were returning more like that of Comedian slaves than long promised free nationals. So if you really want to look at the concept of what we call a generational curse, the same thing the so-called Hebrews are, we call them Canaanites and Moabites and so forth and so on. Same thing they went through then, we go through now, but yet those ancient Hebrews and Canaanites were us. So that's the so-called generational curse that you refer to. But in all actuality, the curse was broken with the coming of Prophet Noble Drew Ali. He was the curse breaker. You see, so that's why we celebrate this day. in which he came on the manifest through this portal of re-entry, bringing back with him the spirit of the Ancient One. Not only was he 5 times more powerful, but he has 60 million to make powerful with him if they imitate it. Because he said, imitate I your prophet, and you will be loved as I am loved. You will share power with me. You see, in garb and status. So it says, with each passing day, their minds were returning more like that of Comedian slaves than long promised free nationals. So they designed a golden calf made of natural materials from Egypt, the land of their enslavement. In retrospect, today's Moorish Americans cannot be a sovereign nation in order to link themselves with the family of nations while still worshiping the golden ass made of Western gods. This modern day graven image has been formed from Northern Christianity, Eastern Arabian Mohammedism, and Western Freemasonry. As all other external gods, the golden ass also has been created solely by the Moors to worship until their demise. During the first 80 years of post-Drew Ali, his infamous MST of A was quickly replaced with the rituals of E.A.R.S science lodges, Islamism, and the serving of other gods outside of themselves. These gods of self-hatred have been created by the gods of whom the new Moorish sons and daughters knew nothing. In all these years, millions of innocent Moors have sought salvation by being nationalized and naturalized from the sins of Negroes, black, and colored people. After giving their will to being nationalized, their souls to a moderating grand sheik and universal commercial code 1, most members found out too late these gods are but demons in disguise, appearing all powerful yet full of jealousy, hate, greed, and lust. Never do they produce the clean and pure nation as prophesied by the holy prophet. When it comes to the national true duties of a prophet, these gods possess no ears to hear, no eyes to see, and no heart to sympathize, no power to save. Members never check the founder's history to see for themselves. Noble Drew Ali never once nationalized any member, mainly because he did not come to enslave, but to save his people. There's no difference between being nationalized and being owned. This ceremony was introduced by Masonic thought to replace due registration of the MST of A membership. But the one temple does not exist anymore. And this is why you always hear me telling people who like to come in a boisterous spirit that everybody outside of their temple ain't right. You know, the temple of the prophet, the one he established, don't exist anymore. You can't trace yourself back to it. You see? So I think we have to be careful with that type of tone. So it said, this is why down through the past 8 decades, Moors have left the MST of A by the hundreds of thousands, leaving skeleton, grand sheik pleasing memberships in their wake, and begin the dozens of Moorish/Moorish attachments, e.g. temples, nations, religions, republics, and groups. Still, all of these owe a great debt to Noble Drew Ali, yet many are so remote they attempt to discredit him as being a black mason or an Indian magician, but definitely not a prophet. Still, others have never known his name, yet unknowingly demonstrate a portion of his saving powers every day. Now it says, but Drew Ali sits and wears a fez like a Western Freemason. Question, exclamation question. Truth be told, it is the Western Freemason who stands, sits, and wears a fez like Drew Ali. Why does it always become so very, very important for young Africans born and raised under the setting mall of Western Freemasonry in the USA to attach ENDA to their old Negro lodges? There has never been one free, ancient, or accepted Negro, black, or colored people, NBC, in the history of Western Freemasonry in the USA. Hell to the no. The NBC male has always been made powerless and dependent through Western Freemasonry by his European slave master. Y'all seen the movie, didn't you? When you come down here and you deal with, well, one say, Master, how's a Mason? Train him up. You know, do him in the worst way. You know, and all that right there, like you got your Black Wall Street, you know, and you know, all these particular measures down here in Florida, the demonstrations they had, man, it's terrible. But anyway, it says from 1520, it says, to this day, the NBC male must get authorization to marry from his master, merely to jump the broom or tie the knot. He can only dream the compass legs of his woman will be placed underneath the pseudo-god status of his square. He cannot stand upon. The greatest of NBC most worshipful masters and other males has absolutely no lawful power over not one of the millions of freeborn children they produce. Now, let me tell you something, family, before we even go any further. Now, anybody who is offended at this information right here, they are not honest with themselves, you know, and they feel attacked. They feel that one is coming at them person. But notice how the chairman is coming and he's showing you what happened with all of our people. He's showing you what happened with the MST of A. He's showing you what happened with all these various different groups and organizations. And he's showing you this to show you that these are not nations. They're organizations. Now, for one to get offended by that right there, the truth, that's a whole nother measure. We can't help you with that special feeling that you feel. But he's just telling you the truth right here. You know, if he's telling you a lie, then prove how what you believe is the truth is other than what he said here. Show us some examples of it. Because everything he said here is pure facts. It ain't got nothing to do with attacking somebody for being a part of these things. He's just saying that that ain't freed our people. That ain't no government. That ain't no nation. If you disagree with that right there, you know, then that's something you got to wrestle with. But it says, if Drew Ali was a Mason, why would he be the first and only man to free his people by pulling the covers off of these secret societies? That's what he said. I came to pull the covers off of all secret organizations. Prophet Noble Drew Ali said this, so this let you know he wasn't under oath to man, but he was under a sacred vow as an adept to God, to himself. He didn't have to take an oath to a man outside of the self or before a man outside of the self. You see? So it says here, and you notice this here, am I not a man and a brother? You've seen that expressed often amongst those who demonstrate Mason. You know, that's a question. They promote this statement right here a lot of times. So it says, a Grand Master, Prince Hall Mason. It says, the above plea, am I not a man and a brother, was asked on the 1787 post of a so-called NBC slave. Could he find his answer from his Western dressed brother, Grand Master at the right? Yeah, right. Wrong answer. Notice one Negro asks about being a man and having a brother somewhere. The Mason does not consider the NBC slave as his brother because he assumes he is free and ancient and accepted. Really? And we do know truly, when it comes to most of those who are in that particular body, they only look at those who took the oath as their true brother. Everybody else is considered cowans, as they call it. Eavesdroppers and listeners. That's what they use. That's the terminology they use. We can't make this up. I heard my uncles and aunties and all of them talking this stuff when I was in my youth. You see? So it says free without being a recognized nation. Free well. Any produce made in the U.S. of A is not very ancient. And what nation on earth accepts the NBC as a nation? Maybe there's a Negro nation that has been found missed the Brotherhood in Old Prince Hall Negro Masonic Lodge. Other than Western Freemasonry, what is wrong with this picture? It is divine, nationally, or legally possible. Is it divine, nationally, or legally possible to distinguish between a Negro slave and a free Negro? There is no lawful or commercial difference between a Negro slave and a free Negro. One Negro asking another Negro about being free is not the way to get a proper answer. Remember, all NBC were denationalized by the same Western European slave masons. It says, it is a matter of free, everlasting life and mental slavery for the Moorish to know. The sole purpose of European Western Freemasonry has always been to subjugate, enslave, and bury the nationals of Africa. Today, the NBC counterparts of Western Freemasonry are the same slave herders and fraternal Uncle Toms that they were trained to be 300 years ago. This is easy to see. Once it is revealed, the NBC is the only self-proclaimed lodge brother without a descendant nation. No ancient forefathers' national flag or government from whence he can truly affirm his own. In fact, the gods they serve are not their own. The NBC male unproclaimed organizational Moors with fezzes and other 14th Amendment commercial items have no memory of freedom. Many of these entities are stating that they know the way to freedom and independence, but their search for freedom is always accomplished by the scratching, digging, and winking and blinking learned from all the fraternizing Western Freemasonry has to offer in a shallow grave filled with 60 million of the West, Africans grateful dead. That's code name, God-man, Hiram Abiff. Who do you think it is? It says, truth be told, see the Moorish people gain independence, right? Through Western Freemasonry will be like seeing ex-convicts walking the streets of Manhattan, New York, still wearing orange jumpsuits, shackles, and eating prison issues. Does either the NBC Mason or constitutional slave remotely look like freedom? Again, held to the note. But the NBC loves all the pains of deceptions Western Freemasonry has given them, and with their last dying breath begs for more. Massa, more. The only reason these lies, medias, it say books, it say feel in were free and denouncing the prophethood of El-Hajj Sharif Abdul Ali. It say is largely because of a lack of defensive opposition by the very MST of A that he found. His organization has consistently failed to protect him since 1929. If the MST of A had not disappeared from the face of the earth, Drew Ali would have been protected with these truths decades before the book Noble Drew Ali, The Exhuming of a Nation, was released in 2001. Better yet, the Moorish Americans would have been free as a people to prove the great God cares for us. But alas, like most NBC churches have Masons for pastors, so do the MST of A have Masons for grand sheiks. Neither preacher nor any former Mason has the will, knowledge, or power to free the Moorish people. There is absolutely nothing in Western Freemasonry or the European courts that will or can free the Moorish peoples. This is the real reason NBC frats desire to drag Noble Drew Ali into the bowels of Western Freemasonry. If they could bury him there along with themselves, the Moorish Americans would never know Drew Ali is their angel of the great God sent to bring them the everlasting gospel. So now, listen to what the chairman's saying. Now ask yourself the question. All the membership across the world, when you look at Masonry, you know, be it an international brother that claimed to be such, or one who claimed to be Prince Hall, you know, in the light of what the chairman is saying, All of this influence you have around the world, being there over every institution and over every school, why haven't you become a nation? Why haven't you formulated a government? Because that's not what you're being taught. In fact, the oath you swear is to honor the present government you under. So this is why the chairman referred to this as a shackle and chain. So by very virtue of you believing that you are to honor the government that buried you in the shallow grave, that made you code name Hiram Abiff, that hit you in the head with the 7 maul, hit you in the heart with the rule of the law, hit you in the throat and suppress your ability to speak the truth and all that. Yeah, we know the use of the tools. They did that to you. Every time you go in a courtroom and you look to the east, you're looking at your most worshipful master when you're looking at the judge. The courtroom is set up just like a lodge. So what we're saying is your Masonic lodge or your shrine is not a nation. We don't say that to be mean or telling them now. That's all the chairman's saying. If so, then where's your flag at? And where's your divine constitution that represents you? If you get mad because we putting this out here. And this ain't just dealing with Mason, it's dealing with the MST of A. They too honor the present government under which the laws that they have been buried under. We respect, governments all over the world. We respect the United States government. But one thing about it, we know that the United States government ain't the Moorish American government. You see? That's why when you see us fly a flag, in honors of the hosting, country and so forth and so on, you'll see us fly a flag and you'll see just like the MST of A, they have their flag right there beside it. But the thing is about it, we know that we are a nation and they think that they are a nation, but they really a corporation. And in fact, as a religious corporation, what the MST of A was founded of, if you get caught out of bounds trying to act like you are an actual nation, they'll take your 501c3 from you. A religious corporation cannot pose as a nation or a government. It can't even participate in policies of politics. Go look that up, family. We don't say that to attack the MST of it. We're just trying to get our people to put it in perspective. So it's now it's time that your government is on the manifest. It's time for you to bring your temple up under your own government. You done lived up under the other long enough. Now it's time to be Lord. The prophet established that so you become a better citizen. But his true purpose of his divine and national movement was the uniting of the Asiatic states, May 1st, 1916. That's what it states. So let us go on. It says, was Drew Ali a Mason? No, Drew Ali was never a Western Freemason. It is an impossibility for anyone to be a holy prophet and a Western Freemason at the same time. Do the math. Duty of all prophets to redeem and free. It says, while the duty of a Western Freemason is to enslave. Those lost in the mix of this simply equation, it says, are still not free. Drew Ali never joined the Negro Lodge. He never wore a Masonic ring. And there's no attendance of record of him ever attending any chapter of a Prince Hall Lodge, Negro Masonic Lodge. And the Masons have done this research even recently and said that they can't find his name nowhere on the membership rolls. Some people say, well, he was not a Mason. He was an Odd Fellow. Now, the first Odd Fellow convention was that had to do with George Washington talking about if you take, the sandals off the Moors' feet and the fez off their head, they'll never know what their nationality is. And you're going to say Prophet Noble Drew Ali was a part of that demonstration, but yet at the same time, he brought you a Moorish history back to your Moorish nationality. How, Sway? As the young generation would say. So it says Noble Drew Ali is a free man. Question: President George Washington and Martha owned 400 slaves. There you go. How many did Prince Hall have? Question: what on earth could a free man, Noble Drew Ali, possibly find beneficial in a lodge, a Negro lodge, fitted with nationless male slaves? The next thinking man's question would be, What on earth could a bunch of Negro males in a Prince Hall Negro Masonic Lodge without knowledge of their free national name be made to serve a God that is not their own? It says living in a land being occupied by their known slave master possibly have to offer a fully conscious metaphysics professor, an upright Muslim with no formal European miseducation, who at the age of 27 has freshly returned from the holy city of Mecca as an Egyptian adept master. Make all liars verify their allegations, oppositions, and contradictions with facts. Goodness gracious. Now, again, we know many are offended with speaking the truth. But if you really have truly learned how to use your square and your compass, then you keep your passions and your desires within the bounds of righteousness and keep your conduct square. You see, this is the true meaning of the carpenter's tools, the way we utilize it. You see? So it says, nonetheless, for those who insist on spreading this nonsense, I ask the reader to humbly forward to them a copy of these following intelligent questions. In 1902, Timothy Drew, born January 8, 1886, left the USA and went to Egypt. At the age of 16, wasn't he far too young to join any Masonic lodge? He returned as an ancient Egyptian adept master and Muslim of the ancient order of Islam. Wasn't he too wise to stoop to Freemasonry? It makes sense if he was initiated in Kemet in the pyramids, and this is what most Masons honor. They honor adepts as being higher and more exalted than what it is they have. So why would Noble Drew Ali go all the way up to Rome, become the apex and the epitome of what it means to be a mastermind, a grand hierophant, and then go all the way back down and come up through some man-made expressions of the degrees when the gods had already obliged him to come through the chambers of ancient Kemet? That's the question the chairman is asking him. It says in 1912, he graduated from the ancient Kemetian mystery system, Islamism. He was given the high name of Sharif Abdul Ali with the most benevolent degree of the greatest school on earth can bestow upon a man as a prophet. I want to say something about this, family. Notice it say he graduated from the ancient Kemetian mystery system, and then he placed Islamism there. And Islamism basically shows you that Kemet, in the mystery system of Kemet, is the parent system that gave birth to all of those other measures that are seen in the chart of Islamism that we have in our Moorish government. And for that chart, I'll show you what I'm talking about. It's actually here. We talked about this last night. You see? All of these teachings, though they are called Judaism, Islam, Buddhism, Confucius, Hinduism, and all they call that, but in spirit and essence, they are all children of the ancient Kemetian mystery system. That's what we call Islamism when we are honoring the lofty teachings of all of them. So it says he was given a high name, and his high name actually is a representation of his journey. The Hajj, where he went into Saudi Arabia, the Sharif and the Abdul and the Ali coming back over here to the West, he received the Ali. You see? This high name, those who are a part of the MST of A that was remixed wouldn't have, because the prophet only gave this name to those adepts that he made adepts. So if you don't have that name and you come through a lineage outside of the lineage of those adepts, you don't know nothing about it. Even, for example, I love L. One of the staunch adversaries of the chairman, and the chairman don't hold no hatred toward that brother. May he continue to rise in power. Even he is recorded to tell you that the prophet went on a journey to Kemet. You see, and he received the high name. And so We know he had to be around somebody that had some knowledge. The Prince of Peace was around a whole bunch of individuals. So, of course, he had that name. The prophet say, I was given a high name over there. And be good Moors. If you are good Moors, then I will pass it down to you. So only the good Moors receive that name. In fact, the evidence that you didn't come through the lineage of the prophet is that you don't know this name. It's a lost name to you. That's why you don't know it. That's why your leadership haven't passed it down. That's why you get offended when you hear E.A.R.S Sharif Abdul Ali. Because your leadership didn't come through that special line of those adepts. We ain't saying that to be mean. That's the truth. That's why you don't know it. If you want to know why you never heard this, because you don't come through that same lineage. So we understand when you say, oh, the prophet didn't say that. He didn't bring that. Because you was brought something totally different. Even though you believe in your heart that you right and you are sincere in what you practice. Nothing wrong with being sincere in what you stand on, trying to do the right thing. But we can also be sincerely wrong. We don't say this to attack. We just giving you the history if you didn't know. All you got to do is do the research and see if I'm right about what I'm saying. So it goes on. It says, right, they're being accepted by the Sultan Saud, a direct descendant of Hajar. Ali made his Hajj, it says, with their protections and blessings, and he left for the USA at the age of 27 with the sacred name of El-Hajj Sharif Abdul Ali. He did not join a Masonic lodge while in Africa, nor Arabia, or Morocco, or India. So when would a lodge trade in their master for a bona fide holy prophet, fresh from the holy city of Mecca? Following his meeting with presidential candidate Governor Woodrow Wilson, the holy prophet founded the first temple in 1913 on the second floor above Dixon's Barbershop in Newark, New Jersey. As a 27-year young Muslim and attested prophet of noble Druid, or prophet of Allah, pardon himself, pray and tell what in this world could a bunch of denationalized NBC Lodge brothers suffering from mental slavery possibly have to offer the wisdom of noble Drew Ali? Remember now, we're talking about a group of male ex-slaves perpetrating their pale-skinned Masonic slave masters with no free national name, no power or control over their women and children, and no land and government, no history, no future, contrary to their comatose oaths. They are the only my sons who are neither free, ancient, or accepted by any other nation of the earth. You can't deny this, family. It's a hard truth, a hard pill to swallow, but it's the truth, family. It says, to this day, as in the past 4 centuries, all NBC property are made and owned by the US of A. Question, has Morocco, Arabia, Egypt, or any African nation ever come to the aid of the NBC Boule Masons? Last question, why would any conscious Muslim withdraw the will he has given to Allah and swear it via oaths to a most worshipful master? Didn't the Holy Prophet instruct you if you are honest, oaths are not necessary or oaths are unnecessary? It says, but Drew Ali also wears a fez. Does that make him a Mason? No. The fez has always been the headdress of free African men. Drew Ali simply returned the headdress to its rightful owners. Even the Prince of Peace came to the prophet and he had on the fez, of a shrine or a Mason. And the prophet took that fez off his head and told him when he put the plain fez on his head, be ye the truth, the plain truth, like I, your prophet. So he knew French. But it goes on. It says, Drew Ali simply returned the headdress to its rightful owners. Still, the true answers to the above questions will easily render an intelligent no. Noble Drew Ali was not a Mason. Again, this is not to degrade the Moorish Science Lodges of any degree, but to set the record straight and protect the prophet. The duty of a prophet and a Mason are as different as white and black, or freedom and slavery. The NBC Mason or otherwise were made to be property. They have never known freedom as long as they profess once a Mason, always a Mason. They will never know freedom. NBC Masons are a downtrodden bunch of males who comply to their enslavement with dignity. The majority of these other brothers are not aware. They are not held accountable for the oaths they took while in coma. And Drew Ali forgives them for everything they did before he came. The title Sheikh translates from Arabic to the English as noble. One cannot truly hold the title Sheikh unless he is a national representative of a sovereign nation of people. Being an author or member of a religious organization while under any other government except your own is no way in fulfilling the station of a true sheikh. In short, no nation, no sheikh. Some Masonic sympathizers claim Drew Ali had to have gotten his title prophet from a Masonic lodge. But this is where a serious conflict sets in. Number one, the duty of a prophet is to save nations from the wrath, and the purpose of Western Freemason to enslave. And the purpose of Western Freemason is to enslave African nations. Plus, it was the Western Freemasons who had borrowed the title noble, forbidden to be used in the U.S. Constitution, from Egypt after knocking the Moors in the head with a sedmar. Then they had the audacity to feed it back to the Negroes of his Masonic lodges, who does not recognize it as his own. Do not forget, the Moors were the noble chief protectors of the ancient Comedian mystery system, Islamism. Yes, sir, the Moors are the custodians. Our brother G.M. James died for revealing this truth, for violating that so-called manly oath. The old-time religion, right? It says Islamism is the basis of Western world of Freemasonry. It says this is why you will find the Holy Quran of Mecca on the top of the European, Scottish, and York Rite orders, including the Pope. But the highest book allowed in the NBC lodges is the same Masonic Bible used to enslave all of Africa. Still remaining the only nationless people of men, held powers and void of their women and children, silently brag amongst themselves. Massa says, eyes free, ancient, and accepted now. Dear readers, take the significance of these messages and do the math for your soul's salvation. Using your love of self, nation, and humanity, you will see first the need for the last prophet, and then the mercy from the great God who ordained Ali to be. Alien the dates, places, times, with events reasonably considered, then give due honors to the last reincarnation of Yahushua. You must become a nation in order to link yourselves with family of nations. There is no other way but this straight way. Or you can contaminate your heart and mind by accepting slave food from yesteryear's bottom feeders and mortification from the pretended wise. Be advised, do not allow any more, sister, on any occasion at all, to harm your heart and mind by slipping you a hater more Mickey. Hatred only keep you drunk on the wines of carnal things and distract the growth from what your life is truly spent to build. This is why all Moorish Americans must keep their hearts and minds pure with love in order to think as he who made you. Any God that hates is not God. The cost is too high, especially now that Rome is falling. If any Moorish American claims to be the sole authority of determining who is a real Moorish American from a fake Moorish American, or real Chinese or fake Chinese, or act as though they have the power to change the descent nature of a man via membership, do not walk, but hastily run from them. Recognize them by their signs. He or she is not the prophet, never freed the people as a nation, and never been any further than Facebook or slave master's prison. even though their records show you that they did not bring back any salvation except personal reasons to hate another more. Remember, you become what your mind accepts. And these same USA adepts also claim to have power to give you a nationality. Again, run from them. There's something wrong with any slave or prisoner who do not desire their freedom. Their elevator cannot leave the basement. Their engine is several quarts low, or their battery needs charging. Meanwhile, for those of you who know yourself as one with the great God, be warned. It is the works of Satan to try to prove that Noble Drew Ali was a Mason or disproven that he is Allah's last prophet. This time should be better used to free yourself and the Moorish as a pure and clean nation. Sovereignty is the only lawful way to be recognized by all other nations of the earth. Bottom line is, where would the nationless ones be had it not been for Noble Drew Ali? Muslims read, study, learn from, and respect all of the prophets. Many Muslims name their children after the prophets. An Islamic custom, well worth noting of the blessing and respect. Upon him be peace. Alayhi salam, pardon himself in Arabic. Rasulullah. Allah's peace be upon. After the name of prophet, e.g. Muhammad Rasulullah, once the Muslims of North America earn the name of faithful, they too will show gratitude through this practice when uttering the name of the last prophet in these days, Drew Ali Rasulullah. Moors, lift up our prophet, and he will draw all men unto us. The Moorish Americans, as one ordained free nation of people, will rise as a free independent people, only with Noble Drew Ali at the head. With love, honor, and protection for the prophet Noble Drew Ali Rasulullah, faithfully yours, Dr. Akin Acton, Pert M. Heru, Tutankhamun Bay. Swift Angel #1, family. So, this is in honors of the wake of the celebration of our holy prophet being on the manifest. Like I said, the truth in certain cases can be real potent. It can be unbearable or unbearable, so to speak, when it comes to dealing with our family if they are not willing to accept it. It actually demonstrates even a form of shock retreatment and shock resistance, so to speak, in the minds of our people. So we give honors to Prophet Noble Drew Ali for bringing us the truth. We give honors to all of our Moorish kin. We give honors to Prophet Noble Drew Ali for founding his lawfully chartered organization. We honor his original grand major temple, but it don't exist anymore. We don't say that, to slight anyone. We honor those who have good intent, to try to hold on to the prophet and keep the door open, that are in those various different groups, but you ain't going to be free until you become a nation. That's the bottom line. You ain't going to be free until you come under your own government and demonstrate self-determination and get off the breast of somebody else's mother. Because we told the breast of one mother have given us up. So I don't know what ones get off thinking, that they're going to have salvation under a nation that has constantly hit them across the head with a setting maul and oppress them, letting you know that you're the African God man. Since you love the mythos and the ritual so much, all you got to do is go up into that courtroom if you want to be initiated. I don't think you're going to like that initiating, though. Yeah, sure, you would be riding the goat up in that demonstration for real. So we give honors again to Prophet Noble Drew Ali's Manifestation Day. And the chairman, we give honors to him for coming forward with the Book of Fire. All of our Moorish kin that are holding strong, and standing long. Your staying power determine your saving power. because many come and many go. You know, many be here 1 minute and the next day they gone. You know, so it's our duty and our obligation to teach our people, continue to guide them in the ways of the prophet, and bring his measures on the manifest. All that so that our people won't get us confused with being something that we're not. We adepts, not masons, not shriners. You see, we adepts. And we come here with a teaching to uplift our people, and we live this lesson. We live everything it is that we represent, because that's what we've been called to do. So yeah, like I said, it's been a powerful demonstration, Moors. And all you got to do too is go look at the census record. You'll notice, you know, where the prophet was mentioned on the records of the census in 1900. You know, the activity goes blank for about 10 years until around 1916. And then you see Drew L.E. or L.E. Drew on the census record. You know, so that lets you know if there was no census activity that was going on between that time period, that, you know, he was not present in the States at that time. So, I mean, you just got to take everything and really pay attention to what's being demonstrated. It all become plain, family. And remember, like I said, everybody didn't receive the prophet's high name, you know, because some of them wasn't good more. He said he was going to pass it down to his good more. So if you deny that he did pass it down, then you call him a liar. You see, you calling Prophet Noble Drew Ali you calling him a liar in the eyes of the public. And you do that, you give the public reason to question his prophecy and his prophethood. So for one to do that, you can't have the interests of Moorish America, the true interests at heart. You can't. Not if you would do something like that. The prophet tell the people not to do anything that would cause the public to be prejudiced or look sideways, you know, at his particular body of morals. So, you know, we really want to be careful, family, with the way we move, like I say, and what it is we put out here. So without further ado or delay, getting into our subject matter, after all that being said, you know, and all of that history that is being given, we will now come forth with some of the things that we want to go into. And we will actually have this as an open floor discussion, you know, as there will be many questions and answers, and want to keep everything fluid and moving promptly. So what I'm going to do, let me close out these other drawings here because I don't want to open up the wrong tab. That ain't got nothing to do with this. So let me close out this one here. We just read that. Okay, close out that one. We read that. Okay, close out that one. And let's see here. This is what we have. Okay. We got a couple of different drawings over here, so we don't need that one right now. Okay, that's where we'll deal with just these two here. And let's see here. All right. Where is that? Trying to find my little tool real quick. Give me 1 second here, Morris. All right. Give me 1 second, more. Just one last thing I'm pulling up here, and we are on the money. Okay. Not that one. I actually had it over too early. Not that one. Okay. And I be trying to keep the dates on here, but these things be disappearing on me. I don't know if that's the way of my computer trying to clean itself up or something like that, or what. But I just hate when it get my my other stuff up out of there. Okay. Alrighty. What in the world? Oh, we done had some, we got so many drawings up here, goodness gracious. We really been working, Moors. Okay. Okay. Okay, there we go. Okay, now we're good. Okay, so let me open up Pardon Self for the Delay, family. And let me share now. I present the screen and show you what we're going into. We appreciate your patience. Okay, let me see right here. I just share the entire screen. And we'll go here. Certain measures I want to touch on because we've been dealing with the language, you know, in the hieratic. And we basically know pretty much how to navigate through a lot of this stuff now. You know, it's I want to touch on now certain specific aspects dealing with the rules. And like I say, we can go into this from an open discussion standpoint. You know, we give honors again for this special tool and the extensive amount of information in it, you know, that we call the writing of the skillful scribe, you know, and we're dealing with the measure of the shipwrecked sailor and everything else that's brought forth in here, you know, and it's important that we always brush back over these things, but, you know, look into the sound. That's one aspect, you know, knowing the different alphabets, the S and the H versus the S in and of itself, knowing how they look, being able to identify the changes between K and Q. We can see that in Quran and Quran. For example, in the Moorish expression, we say K-O-R-A-N, in the Arabic it's Q-U-R-A-N. You know, so you can see the sound shift. Also being able to see ch. If you've seen the movie Black Panther, they say T'Challa. You can see a connection to that right there. But anyway, like the letter D and J, you know, these are things that we want to really get a mastery over right here. And also the vocalization of these sounds. So want to study these things most importantly. That way we automatically have, be able to identify these things, you know, once we see them. Because when we go into these other dictionaries, like you've been seeing us do, we want to go into those dictionaries and be able to find these things as they are, or even with the sound shift. That's what we've been working on. We also want to be able to look at measures like this transliteration and be able to sound this out by our knowledge of what I was just showing you above, you know, without having the vowels in. We want to know where to put the proper placement. See, again, you see they have that D, which was really the J on the end of it, and you have Jed, right? Jed, Yin, because the Y is interchangeable with the I. That's where that come from. And then Shimsu. See, so we see the S with this little arrow pointing down. That's the S and H. Shimsu. You see, Yekir. It's almost like you saying a E with a Y together. Jet M Shinsu Ikir. Right? Wedge. We can see again the D and the J. You know, some people would probably just put the J and the A there. You know, depending on who it is that's transliterating this and what tradition they're coming from. Yebek, right here, Yebek. Hacha, see it here? Hacha, right? Mik pe'in, Hinu, right here. You can see Hinu. That's always one that's easy to see. So we got to be familiar with being able to do our placements, you know, in certain sentences and what we bring forth, you know. Let me go on a little bit here. These are just some things that we want to go into. Also, the classification, you know, of what they like to call glyphs. The rules that they use here, we're not dealing with the pictorial expression, but we're dealing with the logogram, you know, from the standpoint of it just being a marker that allow us to identify the actual letter. See? So though they try to make this be the woman, you know, this is just a letter here. Although they try to make this symbol here be the sun, this is just a letter here. You know, but we should X out these measures in our mind or get to the extent where we can just place the sun beside the letter instead of these markers or indicators here that don't actually represent alphabet. They only represent alphabets, you know, in Ptolemaic drawing. That's what they claim. We don't claim that. So we got to separate the wheat from the chaff, so to speak. You know, and get used to that, to where we can see these things alone and know exactly what they represent. When we see this, we know this represents M and W, a biliteral. When we see this, we know this represents, you know, the expression of hand or the arm, not an actual picture over here, you know, and so forth and so on. You know, the heart or the house, we would be able to look at these symbols and recognize them as opposed to these pictures. You know, we want to get the training our eye to where we can see, you know, this expression. Ra, look at that. Nature. See, fingers, as they like to call it. That's what they call it, but we don't have to call it that. That's what they choose to call it. We're going to end up giving a lot of different definitions, you know, to things outside of those things that are obvious, so to speak. You know, also we want to look at what they are calling determinatives. Here, This is alphabet here. This is pictures. We already know we ain't getting involved with that. We know S and S then will be represented by this expression. You know, they reverse engineered to create this, so we got to go back and take it back to its original state. The only way out of the fire is through the fire. Islam. So notice sesh. This is sesh here. It means scribe. How do we know the E would go here and this is SH? Sesh. I didn't have to have somebody transliterate that for me. Kurdu. Kurdu. Kurdu is a meaning of children, right? Here's the expression here. Then you had a word for land. We already know ta. When you hear them say Tamare, okay, this is the land of Kemet, land of Egypt. Tamiri, Kemet. See, this would be here. These so-called determinatives here, you have to be able to replace them with the bilaterals, the words that's meant to be expressed there. That's where we become adept in this language. You know, again, nothing wrong with using these indicators to familiarize ourselves, you know, with what we're dealing with, because we can't get around them in the present dictionaries. It's just that when we compile ours, now that we have our own measure to type, set these demonstrations in hieratic, you know, we won't be seeing a lot of these symbols. We end up seeing, you know, these expressions in the alphabet. You see? So you take the same definitions here, but give our own extra definition to take it to a greater expression. So all these would be considered what they like to call determinatives, you know, and so forth. Then you got your phonograms and your monoliteral phonograms, you know. It just goes on and on, family. This is the actual alphabet here, which we also have our own copy in the abjad order. You know, we want to get used to that. That's the way we actually building our dictionaries up, you know, in relation to dealing with these special portions. Get real familiar with these things. Nothing wrong with, again, utilizing, you know, a guidepost, so to speak. And we already know how to get the definitions out here. And this is our own methodology. You know, hopefully it'll help somebody else as well that are paying attention to what it is that we bringing on the manifest. You know, they're still giving different expressions, you know, and what they would like to compare. You know, I don't care what nobody say. When you look at a lot of these things, ain't nowhere in the world you can just conclude that this here and this is the same thing, or this here and this is the same thing. This is all assumption. Even this here and this. Come on, family. You know, you can't just go on that. Why not go with the oldest, which is the hieratic, and being what it is? Because one is trying to mislead you and hide it. Evidently, it's something in some of them papers they trying to keep you from knowing. And if you keep reading it this way right here, you'll never read the hieratic. So, yeah, we go on and on. Same thing. Here's some more biliterals. You know, this is the symbol for the wicker basket. This is the branch of the tree symbol. This is the spearhead symbol. This is the suit, as they would call it, plant. You know, all of these particular measures, family. And I can tell you too, some of these symbols that are mixed in here that look very similar to a lot of these, that is mostly cursive hieroglyphs that they have mixed in with this hieratic here. That's why you see some of them looking similar, because cursive hieroglyphs and hieroglyphs is basically the same thing, you know, so you'll have to be able to know the difference between the two. Be able to look at something. If it looked like it's spot on what was, most cases, that's cursive hieroglyphs. But they mixing it in because some people would consider or call cursive hieroglyphs hieratic, but that's not a correct way to look at it. You know, so yeah, just going through all these particular measures, and there's a plenty here. Look at this. You know, it looked beautiful to see the actual language being written out, as opposed to somebody else's demonstration. So there are a lot of rules that one can learn in regards to dealing with the writing of hieratic that normally they try to apply to hieroglyphics. It should be applied to the hieratic, you see, and you have a better drawing to move off of. The Shimsu Yikir, the Shimsu Yikir, titles of officials. Yeah, we want to be able to be, like I say, as adept as possible to be able to look at these things and know what it is, be able to pronounce it a certain way. Like we say, we want to start using these terminologies and transliteration, translations as a mean of communication. You know, this is a very extensive document, family, when you get into this Poe document. That's why we keep going back to it. Look, this is Isu. There's also a connection with this term Isu and Isu, but that's a whole nother measure. We'll get into that later. So as you go on through this special document and you get down here at the bottom, I'm trying to get through it. They actually, too, I want to mention this as well. They actually go into, you know, the language and where it was located. So that's good, too, to know, you know, where certain things were spoken at, you know, where the language took a turn and certain things evolved into something else. And it's always good to look into that as well. So again, we have been vetting these. We are already from, I like this right here. Yengshui, Hu, Yengshui, Hu, which is I am free of excess. Powerful. This is a very extensive document, Morris King. Long. And like I say, this will actually be one of your companions that you can always go back to and look into. But we have our own way. And we're going to bring forth documents that have more clarity than this one is. This is just one that we are using to springboard ourselves into a consciousness. You know, all the different rulings here, we got to become proficient, you know, in demonstrating these measures if we seek to progress, you know, in coming forth with what it is that we are trying to bring forth to the masses. We can't read this in a scanning way like our Grand Secretary of the State speaking. We also got to identify eventually, you know, the hieratic number system, you know, and this gives us the understanding of being able to look at certain documents of dealing with the construction or scientific documents that were utilized by our people. You see? Yeah. This is very powerful here. Hold up. Okay, there we go. So, it's a lot of transliteration work here that was demonstrated. We always give honor where honor's due and credit where credit is due. This is the only one that we have found to date that have been extensively demonstrated in the hieratic this way. And so we are looking forward ourselves to do, like I say, similar works. You know, when it comes to giving these definitions back to our people, you know, which we will be, it will be very comprehensive. Hold up, I'm trying to get down here because there's a portion in this particular document in the bottom where you see them give strictly the hieratic and then they give the definition of the word. Hold up. All right. Not that one. All right, we almost there. So now here we are. You know, we already see this is what the actual papyrus looked like, and this is the breakdown of each line in its original state. We want to get into being able to look at these things and see exactly what they are just by looking at them, knowing the difference between what would be considered, you know, a marker, what they like to try to link up with determinatives. We have to train the eye to be able to identify these special things. It's always good to start by, like we showed the Moors before, taking one alphabet at a time or one symbol and just going through a particular group like this and picking out these particular letters. And that's how you become familiar with the actual alphabet, briefly. You see? That's exactly what we're working at here. To get to that particular point. Okay. Here's a little bit more down here. Reason I'm going through this, in a breeze, because I don't want to hold our family too long. But it right here. These again just showing different expressions of what some people would like to call so-called determinatives in relation to dealing with the hieratic. And keep going to the bottom. Okay. This is what I was trying to get. So we want to get to a point, where we begin to give the transliteration beside the actual alphabet symbol. You see they actually have the Unicode in here too. So this is good once we're able to see these types of things here. And we also have just for checking our molar tool. So we see W here, for example, right? Z7. This is the actual alphabet symbol that's being expressed. Okay, so what we would do, we already know, we go to the molar tool. And then when we get to the molar tool, in order to vet this out in as many different forms, we just simply press in Z7 as we would. Hopefully go bypass the lowercase z still and bring it to the manifest. Okay, look, we got something that came up. Okay, so now what we would do, we look at these measures. We're looking for the W. Okay, so that's RW right there. We can see a portion of that W here. But then when we come down here, there it is. That's the actual W right there, Z7. And then once you go through it and you can vet this, now look, many a time are you seeing this now, by the time you see this letter again, you know it's Z7, you know it's the letter W. We want to become that familiar with this demonstration. So when we look at it, look at the shape of it, they got different means of writing it, during different eras in time. That's why you see these different expressions of it. It's the same thing, but written by different people. And it's good that we notice all these forms so we don't get confused when we see these symbols again. And they look a little different, or they look a little off based on the papyri and who was writing it. You see? So what we do, there it is, the symbol. Which one looks more exactly like this? Okay, we see this one here. So that one look more like a S. All of these look just like it. I would say right up here in this area here, this area here, and it's the same thing when we go into other areas, family, of what it is that we demonstrate with the tools as we do. So we can do the same thing with each and every one of these, and it's going to always check out in most cases, as it should. You see? So want to get used to that, and like I say, putting our symbols, the symbols of the alphabet beside not only that, but the Unicode is good to put there too, because it supports what it is that we bring on the map. You see a bunch of expressions here. All these things can be found by utilizing the molar tool. Look at this, it's extensive. Uh-oh. Yeah, they started by adding little pictures in there too, but that's no problem. And once we are able to find, the Z7, we go into the W and so forth and so on. That's when we can then go into the Egyptian dictionary, the same way, and go, and we will be able to find, the expressions here as well. So just a powerful demonstration, family, to be able to utilize too. Once you go in here, we can look at the general definition and then apply, like we showed you in the past hours. Now this we have skimmed over, but we haven't went all the way into the depth of it. the hieratic paleography, introductory of late Egyptian. And this can most definitely be utilized as a tool. As you can see, the Unicode is there as well. So we got to really become familiar with this. We can actually see this right here, A35, as it relates to the measure in the pole document too, that we was drawing off of earlier when we first came up here. Let's go back up there to that area. Okay. I just seen that. Okay, it's not there. It must be. Give me 1 second. Okay, yeah, we should be getting to it now. Gotta go back to the top of it was. Come on. If I ain't went too far beyond it. Yeah, I went too far. Okay, it was actually after this here. Come on. I should have marked that page by the number as I was going over that. Okay. Where you at? Where you at? Where you at?
You are around page number 292.
That's where it was, 292. Okay, yeah, I'm almost there right now. Okay, here we go. You're right, Grand Secretary of the State. Yep, because this is where the single's at. So it's right here is what I was trying to get at. Uh-oh. Hold up. Still a little bit more up. There you go, right there. And yeah, I was going up here into this particular area, the KD, in connection to dealing with what we had over here. The connections of this, and this was still linked to the same thing if we pull it up in our molar tool. So my thing, family, is showing, let me see here, in these other areas that you have, and I like the way they put all the various different numbers up here aside the words. Like we would say, okay, well, this is Ket. This right here is Wab. This is Seneb. This is Sesh, as we said earlier. This is Shepsich. This is Minju, Meninju. So all of these things here, I love this because this actually gives us it's a plethora of bilaterals and triliterals, so to speak. That's what I want to get at here. And it will help us identify with other things and also give us the Unicode that connects to them. So these are our main keys that we really need to master, the hieratic. I'm trying to bring everything down and condense it, I capsulize it, so to speak. Well, we don't have to do so much. So really, all we really need, to master this is constant practice with this tool, this dictionary. There's another we can use too, but this is the main one because a lot of time it pull a lot of stuff right out. You know, and basically the Poe document, these three main things here, if we utilize them properly, we can come up with the exact measure in breaking down certain things. You know, and we really, like I say, want to practice on being able to look and eyeball these things here and say, okay, know properly where to place the vowels at in expressing them or speaking them, because this is how things will be when you transliterate them. You see? So yeah, we'll probably put some of this in our homework. But look at the extensive amount of information in here. And we know this is very valuable for those of us who are familiar with this family. Look at this. You got your Unicode, you got everything in here being expressed. All we got to do is look these things up and then go into the definition. And by doing this alone, for example, right here, we automatically know what that right there is. We ain't talking about this picture right here. We know, okay, this here in relation to this is Hetep. Hetep. This is dealing with peace, right? We got the R4, and for example, let's see if we can find that over here. And remember, they got a whole bunch of different drawings over here. And really, all we have to do is do this here, though. We'll do it this way. If you know what Hetep is, you just go look in the H section, just like you would do any other particular dictionary. You just got to know where the H's are found at. Okay, that's P. M. Okay, I'm loving the way this demonstration moving a little faster than normal, though, boy. Cause ooh-wee, it can get real sluggish on us, more. It's riding today. I got some grace in my my connectability here. Seem like it. Okay, we're gonna just pull this one right here, and then we'll open up the expression. Let's see, can we find it here? Okay. Okay, this is hen. Okay, so they start here. And we're looking for Hetep. This will most likely be the one, because I don't see this being letter K. Hold up. Okay. You know what? I can do the little thing that, let's see. Let's see what happens when we do this right here. Will it let us pull it
Page
out?
261.
Yeah, I just hit the whatchamacallit too. You say 261, you find it, brother Bati Bay?
Islam.
So that's a little further down from this one in the same group of H's though, huh?
Islam.
Okay, I appreciate you, grand man. I had just typed it in up there trying to see if I can pull it up that way y'all showed me. Okay, Hetep 261, there it is. Okay, so now that we have it here, what I was trying to get to it for is to show that when I get here, though we look and we see the definition, you know, Hetep in one aspect in connection to this Z1, we're dealing with G1 earlier. It has to do with an altar, right? Altar, but we see the R4 is there that we were speaking of earlier. You see R4, Hetep, and then when we come over here, it has many different definitions branching off of that R4 in reference to dealing with Hetep. You know, they have Hetep, altar offerings. So all of these are connected, even though they are expressive in different ways. Hetep Netta, or Hetepu Netta, God's offerings are divine offerings. You see the R4 present here, Hetep Netta, God's offering, divine offerings. Hetep was sect, forecourt offerings, Hetep offerings. boon, Hetep, boon offering. You see? So no matter how far we go, we see the R4 is still there. The offering the king gives. Hetep di Nisut. We know Nisut is king, so it makes sense. The offering the king gives. Hetep di Nisut. Right? Di Nisut. Offering the king gives. 857. Here's another one. Hetep, be blessed, be pleased, be happy, be gracious. Pardon. Right? Be at peace. Peaceful, become calm. So when you greet one and you say Hetepu, you telling one to be pleased. You are offering one peace. Not only are you greeting one in peace, but you're gonna offer somebody peace, even if they ain't in a peaceful state. You know, Hetep im Anks, which means set of the sun, go to rest or die of the people. And we can just go on and on, family. Look at all these
Dr.
different.
Shaheed,
Uh-huh.
Islam, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but before you leave there now, I see the correlation, the R4. I see the correlation in all of them, but the one right up there where it say A57. So would I consider that one too? Because I don't see the R4 in there. So, but I see the A. I see the HTP. I see the HTP. So would I consider that one too?
Yeah. Well, what it is simply is dealing with Hetep, right?
Uh-huh.
So I'm gonna show you something. When we go, most of the time, if we go into the molar tool, it'll sometimes take you out of the scope of where you're at. So let's go to A57, you know, and see what we pull up. We know the main thing is rooted in R4, right?
Right.
But let's go to A57.
Okay.
And I guarantee you somewhere is probably most likely maybe a connection, just dealing with the phrase and what they have added on to it.
Oh, okay. I get it now. Okay.
We're gonna see though. You know, that's just my assumption. You know? Okay, so
well,
here we go.
Results.
Let's see if we can get something out of this here. All right. And then also too, we can look at it as this too, as a reason why the person put it in there, because they can also be a little bit off in what it is they have put up there as well. The person who was gathering the book, it could be a typo error. I don't know.
Right.
But it ain't gonna stop. We done found what we looking for. That's the main thing.
Right.
So yeah, see, it ain't giving us that
Yeah.
right in the A57 here. You know, nope. It ain't giving the A57. But we know that what we have put up here is dominated by the R4. And we know that R4, let's go back over here. Being that we had that here, we're going to go into R4. And R4, who knows, maybe in the Poe document, it may bring up A57 when I put the R4. I'm going to see if it will. If it bring that up, I'll mention it. Okay, there we go, right there. Okay, let's click in the R4. See what we get. See, it come up automatically, right?
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm. Now, if it's A57, it'll mention it in here if it's up in here somewhere too. But this is all R4. Yeah, we can see the actual marker right here, right?
Right.
Okay, we see the different forms of the Hetep. I'm gonna scroll down. Goodness gracious, I didn't mean to make it that small. Yeah, can't nobody read it. I make it that small. Hold on.
I know, right?
Okay, hold up. Okay, there we go. I think it just jumped all the way clean out of it into a nut. Trying to squeeze it back down so I can scroll through and see what they have here. Okay, I see the actual expression there. But all of these are showing R4.
Right.
They don't have the A57 here.
Okay.
Okay. So I wouldn't really even worry too much about it.
Right.
Well, because Let me see something here. Look at this. This I ain't even never seen a determinative that looked like this.
Yeah.
That particular one. But you know, sometimes a lot of that stuff be offered recently too.
Right. Okay.
But if it was surely in the A57 in the alphabet, it should have been there.
right.
You know, note that they mentioned A57 up here.
Yeah.
You
Okay.
see what I'm saying?
Uh-huh.
So I wouldn't really worry too much about it. The main thing is seeing
We see all the rest of them.
all of these here that are connected. The R4 is
Mhm.
connected to the Hatep, and being able to use that to find, you know, your definition. So, in other words, we can see where we use the term offerings or the altar.
Mhm.
You know, in our Moorish Holy Quran, you know, this would be the drawings that we can demonstrate. You know, Hatep Netter. You know, this is how you would apply it in our Moorish Holy Quran. You know, the set of the sun, the rest, the go, and you know, I mean, they got a whole bunch of different expressions up here. Look how far this Hatep word goes.
Right.
But even though they have different, you know, expressions, it's still really saying the same thing. Well, where are you offering your offerings?
Mm-hmm.
You know, are not your offerings of peace? Are not you offering your offerings, you know, as offerings that are divine, you know, to the great God? You know, so true peace is something that we actually not only offering, but we giving to somebody, you know, rather than just greeting them in peace. Ain't that something powerful?
Islam.
When you just say, like some people say, peace or salam alaikum, peace be upon you. No, I'm gonna give you some peace. You see what I'm saying? That's powerful, family. I offer you peace, family.
Right.
You know, some people see you in peace, they want to take your peace from you. We ain't trying to take peace, we trying to offer some peace.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so Islam. And so yeah, this thing go far. This is extensive. This is very extensive. Remind me of the Arabic dictionary, how it gives you so many different definitions. And sometimes it's good because this gives you the emphasis that it can be nothing more than that. Look, it even go deep. It say be pleased with. So when you say Hatep, and you not only you're offering peace, but you pleased with somebody. You pleased with the fact, you know, that they already are peaceful. You know, I mean, come on, man. To be happy, to be gracious, to be calm. And oh man, this is telling, it's character building right here. Contentment. This is in our lesson, peace and contentment.
Uh-huh. Islam. And then when by us being gods, when you walk up to somebody who may not be in the peace, that peace is gonna come all out of your pores and cause them, they can't help but just whatever they going through, it'll just disappear for the time you being there, because that peace is coming out of you. That's who we are in this earth.
Yeah. And so that's right. And this peace is that contentment is actually a state of being.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's a state of existence. So we express this attribute by living in it.
Right.
Here's nothing here. Ir Hatepu.
Islam.
Regi Hatepu. Make submission to. Now, this make me think about the concept of what they like to come up with, submission, you know, in relation to dealing with peace, surrendering, you know, the concept that the Arabs like to come up with.
Right.
So we can see connections of this special expression. Man, it go a long way though. I can tell you that. Look, non-combatant.
Yeah.
To be peaceful is not to be combating with your Moorish kin. You want to compete in, you know, gracious, peace, mercy, a bundle of herbs. Oh man.
That's it with healing.
Yeah, see, look at that. And I mean, it just goes so far, family. That's just one word. But that's how we got to go into these drawings, you know. I even like this: satisfy, make content. They say pacify. In other words, they trying to say, you know, try to be as peaceful as possible. Occupy the throne. You know, here's a measure say rest in the tomb, rest in peace. So yeah, this is powerful, family. You know, what I want to do right now though, like I said, encourage our family to go into these drawings. And this is a good exercise, just going into this document on hieratic paleography and then just go on and say, let's just say, all right, T25. I'm gonna see what it is. We don't know what we're gonna get. Okay, let me see right here. And this is what we can check and see if it's present. We just, picking random drawings, but the more we do this, see, did it really T25? Okay. Yeah, that's it. Who can pronounce that right there? This word right here. How would you pronounce that? I want to see if our family picked up on
Deba.
Jabbar?
There you go. Jeba.
Jabbar.
Jeba. Deba.
Yeah, Jeba. That's right. Jeba. That's right. Either way, whether you put the E or the A in there, it's cool. But right, it's good our family picked up on the J part. That's what we was just trying to see. Jeba. So now you may see this as a letter J in a certain dictionary without the D there, based on who it is that's presented. You see what I'm saying, Moors? Some people may not put it up here as D and J, a Jeba. Some people just might put Jeba in their particular writing. We got to be familiar with those special measures. But I'm going to go over here and see what we can find in relation to dealing with this particular word, Jeba. We see it's the same symbol here. We got the actual symbol here, and we got the pictorial expression. It's the same. Now let's go over here and see what we can find. Let me see. And basically you can tell in your dictionary too, family, which way they gonna use it. They do use, the jab in this special expression. So if I was gonna look for this word, being that we see only one expressed in that particular way, I'm gonna go all the way down here. Okay, there you go, T25. All right. Now they got a couple of these demonstrations up here, and it went pretty much straight to the area where we were finding it at. There it is right there. You see the little marker right here? This marker is the same as what we were just showing our family. See it right there? And though you don't see the line as you see it here, Jeba, you see the hieratic marker. When we go over here, there it is, T25. We already know the number. So it means to clothe or to adorn, right? And we can see if we go further into this, here's another measure that deals with replace or restore. This make me think about the banner or the garb. The old garb had worn out, so it got to be replaced with something new. That's what that make me think about, at least. And we can see the other strains that's connected to this T25: payments, reward, compensation, bribes. Payments, reward, compensation. They have also instead of garment worn by God. Well, if that ain't a celestial garb, then I don't know what it is. This make me think about the prophet saying, this garb was given to him or passed down to him from, a government, a crowning. Look, this is diadem action right here. You see? Oh man, we can see even some connection to altars, and that T25 is going a long way. Edfu, a mat of leaves, float of net. And it stopped around about right here. So this is like, that's why I say we really don't need no more than these as special tools, to really find what it is that we're looking for, and they pair good together. They do pair good together. Let's look at this one right here. Nebu. In most cases, when you see this, this actually means Like I know it means Lord to a certain degree, but I'm gonna go and see what it means. Neb at the midst of certain things normally mean Lord. Let's see here. And they have some other definitions too. Let me make sure I got my S12. Where is the molar tool? Okay, here we go. Now, how you gonna just run from me like that? Right there we go. All right, so let's go back to the molar tool. And what we're doing is like once we find these things, like we're saying, we just put the hieratic breakdown beside it. So we see S12. Okay, let's search it and see if it's here. If it's there, most likely molar got it. Oh man, this got a whole breakdown. See, this is why I say certain things may connect to other things here. This is what I was thinking was gonna happen with the A. That A letter we was looking for earlier. With an A Unicode. A35, I think that's what it was. Kirne Nebu, Beak Nebu. And notice they're using Nebu in the sentence here. See the S12 here? That's the Nebu, right? Okay. We can actually go into finding, even the transliteration in our own time if we wanted to do that. But I know they're going to give us the regular definition dealing with the word Nebu. This is also synonymous with a connection to the word Nabi. Like where you get prophet and all of that from. See, Nabu and Nebi. They have both of these on the manifest under this. So the real root is the N and the B in this particular demonstration. There it is right there. Oh, goodness gracious. I stretched it out, but that was good. Right here. That's coming from Dynasty 18 in the expression. This is the actual symbol. This is the indicator. So we see a few more with the S12, with the same expression. And then coupled with other, we see Nebi. So it goes a long way, family. They're all in the groups that are added in here. So let us go then over here to our dictionary and look this demonstration up. I'm just trying to make it a little bit more brief, so to speak, in utilizing the tools. Like I said, we can look at the other ones and all is well still. Let's do it. Okay, so what we would do, and we'll get used to it. I'm already used to really finding the letters, but showing our family how we can go through it quicker. Some of them we may be able to get quicker by just typing it in like y'all showed me. So I would go here. Okay, so this is N35, Nebu. So we're looking at the N and we know it come after M. So we simply just scroll down. Okay, I went straight to it just then. Let me go up though, because I want to start at the beginning and not there, go right there. I'm already in the area right here. Gold as well. Gold is one of the expressions of Nebu. So and they actually have it in many different areas here too. I actually scroll up a little bit more. Let's see. Okay, that kind of went a little bit out of the range. So we'll stick with right here. So Nebi has to do with swimming. You see, to swim in this expression. Swim. Here's gold. Mansion of gold. This says horse of gold. Gil, Nibi. Look at this. Hut Nebu. Nebu. Golden one. An epithet of Hagar. Hethar. Gold collar. Goldsmith. Umbles. Protector. Nabi. You see? Nepa. Wig. Nabi. Flaming one of the Uraeas. Flame. Burn. Reed. Be hot. Carrying pole. Guard. Nebula. I mean, it just go on and on. When you look at all these different drawings. And some people, when they put these things in there, like I say in some definitions, they would tell you that Neb is Lord. You know, in this particular drawing, we see protector and so forth and so on. So it's based on who it is that you're giving it. So we see all these express drawings dealing with these particular measures here. And it definitely is in the same area here. And you look at all of what has been said. So
Islam.
35. Well, go ahead, Grand Secretary of the State.
And also, when you were speaking, Dr. Shaheed, I just reflected on our prayer. Allah is my protector. So that's Lord and protection. Yep. Islam.
That's right. That's right. That's right. Number one defender, chief protector. That's right, Grand Secretary. And that's how we should be. Just how you was able to pick that up. That's how we plan on bringing these measures on the manifest. Just like that. That's how we put our own special express definition on it to make it useful. You know, make it our science. We got the pen in our hand. And, you know, we can go on and look at this right here. But just to give our family example of what we're saying, I'll show you. And then we'll see what happens when we pull up Unicode. I'm just typing this in because this is normal. You know, they have many different, they talking about Nebra here, identity. Let's see here. I'm trying to find that. They're giving me everything here. You see Nebuchadnezzar, Neb-Ekcher, Neb-Hepka. You know, they got many connections to this right here. You know, but yeah, in most cases, this word Neb is mentioned, like we say, as Lord in Egypt. You know, let's see here. Trying to find it. And they got it, and you can just look for this stuff all over. See, look, they even have it as master or teacher here. You know, but you can see a connection between that and the word Nabi, which means prophet. You see, there's a connection. If you remove all the vowels out, Nabi is left with N and B. So a prophet is a master teacher. A prophet is a protector. A prophet is a Lord, you know, of their people. You know, and I'm trying to find this other drawing here real quick. I got so many different works around me. Okay, because I have this right here as well. And this is one of the dictionaries I had. Got so many dictionaries around me. I'll show you in this particular drawing here. And this just has the this dictionary here has mainly it's a pictorial expression, but we already know to substitute that as special demonstration. Let me get it here. I'll show it to our family. All right. And this is called the Egyptian Hieroglyphs dictionary here. That's why I be telling our family that think we don't know about the way that they be trying to read certain things, that we done studied this stuff. We just going outside of this reverse engineering that they created. Here it is right here. You may be able to see it. Let me see here. I just have to hold it at an angle. I want to see it while I'm putting it up here. Let me stop sharing my screen real quick. This is the same word here. Okay, is that it there? Okay, that's it right there. Okay. I'm going to hold it back at an angle. Just give it a chance and it should pop up in a second. Is it did? Okay, we know how to do this here. Let me do this way. Okay. I'm finna get this, trying to get my little virtual background off of here for a second. Okay. Okay, here it is right here. Okay, a little bit more. You see that right there? Family. Neb.
You see nut.
You see it right there? It's actually
Yeah,
Neb.
yeah.
And
I see. Yeah.
it means
Lord,
Lord.
Lord in titles,
Yeah,
lady,
yeah, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And then you can see also connection to the same word, meaning all, everything, go.
Right.
You know what I mean? And so, like I said, it's based on who it is that's given the information, as to whether or not, it's many different definitions on it. So it's really based on who it is that's writing it, on how they gonna say what it is. Just like when we come forth, we gonna give the definition according to the way that we give it. You see, I got to get me a real blue screen too, family. I was trying to find me one of them. Them things are real nice to help with our background. But this is a powerful demonstration, family. Just dealing with these special measures here. Being able to go through here and look and find, it's a blessing to be able to do it, because, like I said, nobody else out there is doing this. We give praises to Allah for, sending us our holy prophet and putting this special guidance in us to be able to go this special route. Because it don't get no plainer than this right here. How else could our people get it than us coming forth to give it to them? And I was looking at a broadcast yesterday. Our brother Walter Williams was talking to the brother Reggie, and he said, I don't want to talk to you no more, brother, about this Egyptian Medu, because ain't nowhere in the world I give you $1,000 if you can produce one glyph and symbol and give me the definition. So he say, well, this mean this and that mean that. He said, who told you that? Man, that Elder Shaw, he up there too in age, but that one's still sharp. And so it's the same thing that we trying to show our people, and bring clarity to them. So these are all the tools that we really need, family, like we just showed you. And it's a plethora of information, in these special tools. Like I say, you can use them other different tools if you want to, as far as dealing with dictionary wise, to look for other things. Because in those other dictionaries, you also find other ways of expressing definition in relation. But I would say normally it would be best just to use these as the main basis. And let me share my screen again. And we finna open up the floor to our family so that they can give their drawings. And our homework will be based around a lot of this stuff right here. Like I said, we already know how to identify certain things, but it's really just refining our skills, where it comes to exercising this knowledge. And the more that we put it into use, the more knowledgeable again we become. And also don't confuse the J that's also interchangeable. I like the fact that they put these beside each other. Don't confuse this J that's connection with the Y with the J that's dealing with the D part itself, the Jed aspect, because it's two different expressions. So you can see that they went a long ways. And it's more information. It's actually other books a part of this demonstration, as we go on. Just look at all of these hieratic letters. This is like the dua. You know, you often hear the Moors talk about Muslims speak of often dua. You know, the amduat was the expression, you know, that one paid reverence to the universe. You know, the duat or the amduat, you know, which I actually featured in my class last night, Moorish Perspectives. You know, this is where we get into the hidden gates. But notice it's symbolically referred to as the star. So these are the star gates, the gate of the E.A.R.S. You see, so a lot of time when you go into this, hold up, I'll show you what I'm talking about too. Because we can use these sources as well when it comes to it. Let's see. Okay, what is it? Okay. Let's see. They got the text that's out here. And see, you just type in the book of the hidden chambers or hidden gates. That's all you got to do. The book of gates. And this lets you know why they symbolize these things. This is where I was able to get the drawing from the scimitars and the stars that I showed you, because most of these books dealing with the hidden gates are talking about the amduats. See, and talking about showing the creation expression. And most of these are older expressions of what's going on in the cosmology of ancient Kemet. And they have many different expressions of this creation story, you know, that are expressed here. They have them written in stone and also in the books, you know, expressing the activity. We call it thought activity, right? You see? And so we can look at these things and you'll see, just like I was able to show you, you know, in the heavens, one's having the scimitar and the star, you know, and these are just different measures of it, family. They call it the amduat, you know, which is duat. You see? And this most cases deal with the star constellations and so forth and so on. So stargates. But let's go and see what we can find here. And this will be our last one here, and we're going to open up the floor after this is special one. So we go back over here and we see Duat N14. So let us go over to our tool, our molar tool. Downsize that a little bit. Yeah, man, I must got some extra kick going on in this internet over here. This thing showing out today. Goodness gracious, it could be worse. So let me stop bragging for Rome go to acting crazy. Hold up right here. Okay, there we go. So we got the N14 here. Let's see. There it is. We can already see the expression coming up. Okay, here we go. Not only is it Dua, but we see also Seba. We talk about this all the time, how the star represents Seba, you know, and the connection to that, because Seba means instructor or instruction or teaching. You know, we talk about the Sabbatic teachings. So this brings us into a high expression. The Sabbatic teachings actually deal with the teachings that have to do with the universal laws and principles of cosmology and the teachings of Kemet in general. So this is the expression of our five-pointed star as expressed by the Kemites. It has to do with a universal drawing. We often seen too, when I showed last night the crown of the Orishas, you know, and I was showing the I think they call it the Yamana. You know, this is the crown that's often worn by the queen. We had the one with the scimitar on it. You know, all of these represent Eshu and Eshu, because there's an Ish and Isha degree in the Orisha teachings as well. You know, powerful drawing. But we're gonna go up here and look for the actual word dua, and also we can go into Seba as well, since they mentioned. Let me scroll a little bit more and see if they have any phrases or anything that I mentioned here. but most of them are basically saying the same thing. You can see the crescent over the star here as well. That's just showing a different phase. We see, you know, the quadratic expression right here. I like that. There's a movement that take place. You can see it on this side going on. So that's N and T. Let me go over here to our dictionary so we can open up the floor. Okay, so there we go. Like we normally do, we just go up here. You know it's only one S in here that deals with this expression. That's Seb. But we also see the Duat. So we're looking at D46, you know, in connection to dealing with this, and not to be confused with the D under that. So we're going to look at both. We're going to go to the Seba. And we're going to deal with the other portion and see what we can come up with. So give me a second here. Okay. I may be able to do it this way too. Let's see. Let's see what happens. All right. Then go to N14. All right. Here we have it. You're talking about the gates, right? Okay, one is dealing with SBA, Seba, that's the star, the door. I noticed Prophet Muhammad saying that Ali was the doorway, you know, to knowledge. You know, that made me think about Prophet Noble Drew Ali being the doorway to the knowledge. You know, and look at this, they actually have a door right there. But this is the expression. Also, I was talking about the teaching or the teacher, the sabbath teachings. See, instructions. At Seba. Look, here it is. So when you hear me talk about the teachings, this is the written teachings or the wisdom teachings of ancient Kemet. They are called the sabbath teachings, right? Also, Sabati is actually a pupil, a student. So yeah, these are very powerful measures. That's S29 in relation to dealing with that in 14. Let's go to Dua. We'll actually be going a little further down than the S though. And that's actually right there in connection close to the word that we was dealing with earlier. So this should be it right here. D46. So we need to find Dua. Okay. Uh-oh. There you go, right there. We should be up in this area somewhere. This is connecting to the N14 right here too. D46. There it is. Morning, neither world, neither chamber and tomb, neither world. So this is actually referred to then as the underworld, even though it's the upper world. I talked about this too recently. The dwellers in the neither world, underworld. This is the dua. It deals with praise and worship as well. We talked about that. Remember, in Arabic, they say give dua. Now let's put this in there. Look at this, praise and worship. We see the word dua then is a strong word. Because we know there's an Arabic word. How? Because W is interchangeable with the letter U. So we give praises. And I'm going to show you this in a second. They even have the same root in connection to the N14, the dua. Dua wir, which is deified royal beard. Praises again, du'awat. Du'amatef. You know, that's our brother Bubasa Bey's name, attribute. Du'at neta, praise God. Praise Allah. You see? Oh, yeah. So this is powerful. So now let us go, since we mentioned that, to this word and show you what we're talking about. This is why we know We just put this over here. Since we here, we may as well. We're gonna check it in Hebrew too in a little bit. So what we have here, we just seen dua means to pray, or praise as well. Uh-oh. I didn't tell y'all to go there. Okay, go back. Okay, Islamic prayer of invocation, supplication, requests, right? Dua. In Arabic, Ad-Iya, prayer for invocation, supplication, or request. You know, so this is having to do with basically the worship and praise of God. So we can see this word dua has been preserved, you know, in the Arabic. But for good measure, since I know this right here, I want to see if it's in the Hebrew, if there's a connection to it. In most cases, if you see it, you know, sometime you will find it in the other drawing. It may be spelled a different way though, maybe with an H, or maybe it might be spelled the same way. Let's see. Well, they saying that dua is essentially expression of submission and faith to God. You know, dua. Well, yeah, it's pretty much similar. Let me see something here then. Try one more thing. Just to make sure in the spelling of it. May even be, let's see. Okay. Go right here. See what we can find. We can just type in the word. Once we pull it up, praise or prayer, worship. Okay, we're going to go to the Hebrew area in here. It's good to be able to navigate. Okay. Okay, let us see here now. Where's my search bar? Let's just put this in here. You can say hallelujah. I know they're going to probably put that in there. Zamar, Epinos, Hallel, Shine, Yada, Yada. We got a lot of words in here, boy. I see Dogza right there. Dogza. Praise, honor, glory. Okay. Yahuda. Yahuda. Toda. We got a few different measures in here that can probably have a connection. But nevertheless, we definitely see the connection with the Arabic. For sure. So, you know, it's just a means of vetting out the words, going into these special drawings, like the word Seba. You know, Seba, you know, go a long way because Seba became one of the first sons of Cush. You know, if we know anything about the Sabians, they would tell you that the people of the Sabians dealt with, you know, the stars and so forth and so on. So it ain't strange. The Sabians were said to be the seed of Tehudi, you know, Sabi. You know, so it's just a powerful demonstration, you know, when you understand the goodly knowledge of the history. So what I want to do at this particular time, you know, now that we showed our family again these tools that we can utilize, the main ones, like I said, you can use the other ones too if you want to, but you'll pretty much find everything between these ones here. So we just say gratitude. And at this time, what I want to do, I want to open up the floor to our Grand National Secretary of the State, Sister Sheptu Rakat Ma'at Amputu Takamin Bay, and happy Manifestation Day to our Holy Prophet again, Islam. All right.
Islam, can you hear me, Morris?
Oh, yeah, loud and clear.
Praise Allah. Islam Moorish Ken, having already risen, giving praise and honor where due. I want to give honor to all of my Moorish kin online, to our Moorish kin on the panel, also to you, Dr. Shaheed, for bringing forth this grand class. I'll tell you, every time that you go through, and this is why our prophet lets us know the importance of repetition. But for me, it's a higher level of understanding and being able to put these on the dial plate to show us our next level of elevation and what we have to describe into is definitely a blessing. So I'm definitely looking forward to a home assignment, but also just being able to get a good foundation so that one can be able to, this is what I'm ascribing to for self, be able to look at the letters, be able to make a determination as far as what the marker and determinatives are, and being able to make the language applicable to the self, and just in going through the Poe document and being able to make sentences out of that, coming from our Quran and things of that nature, that's natural to us because this is within us. So, I just give honor to the ancestors and our prophet for bringing these truths to us. Not enough gratitude is given to our Moorish American government and also to our officials and staff that are keeping the prophet out front. But gratitude to you, Dr. Shaheed, for this magnanimous work, because you can see the diligence and the study and the years of being able to go in and out of these documents and be able to discern truth and falsehood, or determine the re-engineering and things of that nature. So just gratitude on this end and just looking forward to the work. Peace and love.
And Islamism Grand National Secretary of the State. And and that's the key. Out of everything we're doing, like you said, we got to go into it for the self. And we got to practice it, because the more we practice it, the more we add on to the knowledge, the more we become familiar with it. Because again, we're not immersing ourselves into the language by hearing people speaking. So we got to build up, because people have considered it a dead language and they abandoned it. So now we got to actually create the atmosphere in which our people can become immersed in it. And the only way we can do that is that we do our own research, like you said, and make these sentences up, apply, make them, we got our alphabet now, so we can type these demonstrations in the different words. That'll be a good practice, and that will aid us in becoming immersed into it. It should be fun for one to go up into these particular documents and just vet them out and look into certain, when you got time, and the same thing is going to have to be done for the Demotic, just as any other expression that we have, just like in the Arabic. One has to go into the Arabic to study it, because we ain't around a bunch of Arabs that's speaking. But the more you study certain things, if you learn enough words, you will see these words begin to pick up. Like, a lot of times I'd be listening to the Grand Quran when I lay down, and one's reciting that demonstration. I can hear them saying Al Khalaq, the creator, Rabbi, I already know that's Lord. I can hear these things that's being said, by just listening to the repetitive drawings of certain measures, and it's the same thing. The more that, like I was able to say, okay, the word mean neb, but to somebody else, they say it mean protector. Okay, well, that add on to the lexicon, but I can identify with what these words are saying. Then I can make the connection to Nabi, same type of measures. And the same thing with like the Hatep. We already know it deal with peace in some way, but then when we look in the dictionary, it give many different definitions of that peace. Or like the Seba, the Sabate instructor. Like I said, it has to do with instruction. Went in there, but it goes deeper than just being merely instructed. It's other teaching behind that. And so the more we go into that, the more familiar we become. And once we begin to see these things, we'll be able to look at the hieratic and say, you know, this is Hetepu, Seba, you know, and so forth and so on, Neb, and identify that demonstration. But that's going to come with time, practice, and diligence. It ain't going to come by reaping in a scanty way. We got to really be diligent at bringing it forth. So we want to give honor to our Moorish kin for being on the manifest, you know, the aid and assist in this particular drawing. Praise be to Allah and Islamism without the schism. So at this time, we're going to open up the floor to our other Moorish kin, our other scribes, Islam.
Islam.
Uh-oh.
Was that there?
Got you, brother.
Islam. I beat you this time. Islam. Dr. Dendra and E.A.R.S. Bay, as always, y'all know I'm enjoying every minute of it. And as the God man say, it is fun for me because number one is new. I've never done anything like this before, and I give you honors, Dr. Shaheed, for all that you do in your patience, especially with me, because and I love it when you go over it again, just like you did today. And I'm familiar with the Unicode. I'm familiar with what the last one you did. I hadn't really worked with that one. The Paleo, I believe it was, whichever the last one you did. I really hadn't worked with that one as much, but the Egyptian dictionary, Moeller, Dixon, the Baggers, all of those, I had been utilizing them. But as you keep going over and using that hammer repetition, that really helps me, because the way I learn, some people, everybody learn different, and the more you tell me, it's not you. I won't get bored. That's the way I learn. The more you tell me, the more I get a better understanding of it. The more I hear something that I didn't hear the last time. So, and like I say, this has been a wonderful class all day today. Whew, this is a powerful lesson, and but I really do enjoy what we're doing, and I'm just excited to be a part of what the great God Allah is doing at this time. Islam, gratitude for letting me share. Peace and love.
In Islam, gratitude for the measure, goddess and queen. Yeah, you look back into your drawings. We definitely also sent. This was the document that was hard to download. You have to re-download it again because there's so many pages in it. But this it's the document that's actually mentioned as SLGHP. You know, that's what it's actually mentioned as.
Okay, I think I got that one, and you're right. I think when you sent it to us, you had to do something to it. I forgot what it was, but I'm not 100% sure. But I think I've seen it before. I know I got it, but I just hadn't utilized it like I did the rest of them.
Islam. Yeah, and as you can see, you know, look at it. You see the numbers in here as well. But look at how extensive they showing you all the strokes, all the Unicode there with the word. You know, that's why I look at this. This is a wealth. You know, you can see it like all the way down through here. You know, we talk about Seneb. We know Seneb represent prosperity, just like that. S29. You know what I mean? That's how we want to basically identify with it, where we simultaneously not only know the Unicode, you know, but we also know the actual hieratic letter. And also we know the reverse engineering as it relates to dealing with the pictorial expression. But if you look here, you can see that this thing go a long ways. And a lot of these particular things here can also be linked right up to our molar tool. So we give honors to you, goddess and queen. And yeah, we will keep utilizing that record, you know, as it relates to dealing with the hammer repetition and bringing it forth. So this is showing, you know, also the strokes and everything else. And we can go on and on and on, but I love it. Like I say, I'm gonna probably end up having to use a lot of this in relation to dealing with, these buys and tries. But like I said, it may even be just good to utilize the alphabets as they are, because we're dealing with new hieratic right now, as we have brought it forth. So Allah is leading on, and victory is sure. So yeah, this is a powerful measure, Moors. So all right, I'm gonna stop sharing this and let our brother Marvin Edwards Bay come forward and exercise his fire. What you got to say, scribe?
Islam, gratitude for calling me. Well, like it is said often here in our Morris American demonstration that if you don't want more to know, don't think it, and which is a beautiful thing actually, because it shows that we are connected, and that was a thought that came to mind, that hammer of repetition. You know what I mean? Like just thinking back when we first embarked upon this mission, so to speak, it was really hazy, so to speak. It was mystical, mystifying. You know what I mean? But after going through it, as you continue to go through it, and as we apply it and experiment with it, things, that things begin to open up. You know what I mean? Begin to unfold. You know what I mean? And we begin to elevate. And so this is what I see is going on. You know what I mean? We are being taught and raised, even though we wasn't conscious of it at first. But then we become more and more conscious of it, and it becomes more deliberate. You know what I mean? And it's just so beautiful, to be a part of it still, because along the way, one may have had some doubts, you know what I mean? But, that is of our own making, you know what I mean? And so as we push forward, you know what I mean? And like you say, attempt to, if we don't readily immerse ourselves in this here, you know what I mean? And this is how we cleanse ourselves, this is how we purify ourselves, this is how we become one with each other, with great God Allah. Because all of this is a divine demonstration here, you know what I mean? So I'm just so grateful for being here, being part of this, and still being willing. And I have to, because this is a part of me. This is mine, you know what I mean, as we say. We didn't want to like it before because it was ours, but now we are able to appreciate it. And I just say gratitude to you, God, man, for all your efforts, because, you putting the work in, and then you're, getting me to be motivated to put the work in. And like I say, the more we get into it, the more, the more pleasing it is, the there, so gratitude, God, man. I'm still here. So.
Islamism, grand man, and it's a grand drawing because we all learning together, embarking on this special journey, and that's the beauty of this special demonstration. We unfolding into this measure, and it's going to be easier for those who come behind us because we're going to already be done this work. So Islam, we give honors to you, Consul General of Texas, for that special drawing. All right, Brother Bati Bey, do you have a message for us, Moorish King?
Islam.
Islamism.
And I was just going over the homework because I thought you sent homework with this thing, so I did the same thing twice. But I, in doing it twice, it let me know that these people really don't know what they're talking about when they putting this stuff together. I was looking at the words, and when you break down the words of that's in the poll document, and you actually go look up the words, their expression of what the definition is don't make sense when you're isolate each syllable. So it says like IW, they tried to say it means, for instance, they tried to say IW translate, I is IERNSIH, NHMFSW. I know a lot of people ain't going to understand what that means, but that's an expression that says a man's mouth rescues him. That's their definition. When you actually look up the word, it says is our humpback. So I'm sitting over there like, how did they get where did they get that definition of humpback out of what the words say? It seems like they were just throwing some things together, and it really takes away from. I mean, when you look it up, then you got to look up at all the definitions because, like you said, like you even went through Hotep. When you went through Hotep and they had all those definitions, you really got to pick the one that coincides with the. But it's so many of them that for each word, it's like, what were they trying to convey? You know what I'm saying? And it's like, to me, I kind of like Sudokus and things like that. Analytical things. And so when I'm looking up these words, even though it's still complicated, and it's really trying to isolate what they're trying to say and get an overall general understanding of the word in itself. It makes it clearer, and I think those other tools is going to aid and assist with that too. Try to clear up a lot of the mess that they were just throwing together because they were trying to insert themselves into something that they knew not of. They were extending themselves beyond their what to say in the morning. Their being.
Right. Yes, sir. And that's correct, brother. And that's why we here to do exactly that work. You know what I mean? Okay, like for example, I want to do one more before we go, and this is Geb, right? Like I say, you ain't gonna see no Egyptologists demonstrating this is special measure. We know Geb in most cases deal with, the father of Al-Sar. Geb is said to be a representation of the earth, and so forth and so on. This is just basic knowledge. Geb is also synonymous with Sep. There's a change in expression to that, when you get into Kemetic literature. So let us go here. I'm gonna share this one more time, and so we can check this one out. We're gonna vet this real quick, and then we're gonna close out. Okay, so we have it here. Let me open up, share my screen. Okay, and so when we get up here, I think it was G35, I want to say. That's the Unicode that's involved in this. Okay, let's see. Okay, let's see here. They often try to express the goose as a expression in the pictorial aspect. We take that with a grain of salt. All that reverse engineering they done did. But this is the Geb expression often. See, here it is here where they have it up here next to it. And we know the K is interchangeable. So we would also see, and I know some of you can bear witness, instead of seeing Geb, you will see Keb, K-E-B. Many of us have probably seen this when you see it speaking of the creation story in ancient Kemet. So when you look right here, we see, if you look closely, they had a little marker here with they reverse engineer and putting the pictures in here. We understand that. But the hieratic, we can see is an admixture of hieratic here. And also we can see some of this as also cursive hieroglyphs that are present as well. The hieratic is basically that which looks least like the actual expression here. So that's neither here nor there. But Kep, they're using the K here. This is Ake. That's A and K right there, right? Let's go a little further and see if it actually give us the Kep, in this particular multitude. So this is all it give us right now, dealing with this G35, right? So what we're going to do, now that we have this special knowledge and concept, that was G38, not G35. I'm seeing it. I don't know why I got a G35 from the G38. But it's still in the same area too, though. Let me see here. I'm mixing stuff up here. Okay, here we go. 1 second here. Okay, let's see here. And now we may still get a K there as well in this particular draw. No, it gave us Geb, okay. But that still don't change the fact that the K is interchangeable with the G. So, okay, now we see over here, here's the actual alphabet in the hieratic. This is the hieratic 2, right? We see the Geb here. Okay. Let me go down a little bit more. And they actually have HTM in here, right? So there's some connection between the HTM and the Geb. But I want to go over here to the dictionary and find this G38. We're going to go over here and see what we have here. You know, we always like to go back up here to the top. You know the G is interchangeable with the K. We don't want to mix things up. So we're looking like we're going to be, let's see here. Okay. I see the G right here. That's a hard G. That's the K. I want to make sure we get the right drawing here. So what we're going to do, we're going to go down here and visit and see what it is that we had to bring on the manifest here. Okay. And then it'll bring out the G38 once we get down here and everything that's connected to it. Okay. Okay, that's Q. Oh, I see the. Okay, here we go right down here. We in the G area. Let's see what we can find up in here. Oh, there it go right there. That's your G38. You know, and there it go. Remember I was talking about Geb meaning earth and all of that right there. That's just a basic knowledge of me knowing what Geb means. But this says the earth god. This is said to be the father of all Sa. They also use the term Seb as well. You know, in certain, it's depending on who bring, or they use Kep, as I was saying, K-E-B, Kep, you know, because the K is interchangeable with the letter G, you know, but Seb, you know, and I often like to use the term Seb in most cases, you know, rather than Geb, you know, because Seb connects again back to Seba in ancient Kush, you know, the Kemites and so forth and so on. But that's neither here nor there. That's the G38. We see it present there. We ain't worrying about these pictures over here. That's reverse engineering. You know, we only concerned with the actual definition of these words that are being given here. You see? And so as we go through it, we see connection also between, you know, other measures, the W11, D58. And also for those who don't know, you know, a lot of time when you look at these expressions here, you know, they are actually the Unicode that's spelling the words out, you see. So we don't see a whole lot in relation to dealing with, you know, the G38, you know, outside of this definition and this one right here, you know, these two, you know, even though there may be more in our own research and what we would demonstrate, you know, I don't see a whole lot in connection. Let's go down a little bit and see if there's some connection down here. No, I don't see it. Even though we see the GB and so forth and so on, you know, we pretty much exhausted right there. So the main thing is, in this case, Geb is in reference to the goose. And it ain't strange because they use, you know, the metaphysical expression of the goose who laid the golden egg. You know, and this makes you think about, this is European like to say that. And the goose that laid the golden egg is supposed to deal with, according to a cosmological aspect, the one who actually deal with the primitive beginnings of creation. So when you hear the goose that laid the golden egg, you know, that's what that represents. You know, and the egg is synonymous again with the cosmos and everything being brought into creation. This is a metaphysical breakdown of this. This is a code dealing with creation. But Geb, you know, in other words, on the earth, represented the earth deity, and also Osiris, you know, the God man, is said to be of, you know, a descendancy of Geb, which is also known as Sem. You see, if many of our people don't get it, let me show you something real quick in relation to dealing with that. Like I said, this is interchangeable. It's all based on who's writing this. This ain't something that we making up. It all deal with the same reason that why we got to put this history back in its proper measure. See it here? Remember I was telling you that Seb, is often referred to as Keb as well. And we know K is interchangeable with G. That's all right. See, Geb. You see, there it is again. Let's go into it then. Just and this is the wicked definition. We ain't stressing off of that right there. We just going into certain measures here. And this is actually in the cosmology. Notice it says, I want to blow that up a little bit. Scroll this over to the side. It says a common theme seen throughout world mythology is the personification and deification of the natural elements of the world, including the very earth itself. And so in Egyptian mythology, this came in the form of Keb, the god of the earth. So Keb would be the Neter, Neteru that governed the element earth. And then you have Yeshu, dealing with breath or air, and we can go into the fire. So earth, air, water, fire, all of these have spirits of Neteru that govern them. And so Keb would be the father that represent the earth, and if he gave birth to Al-Sar, would symbolically represent the birth of the first civilized mind. Al-Sar represents a station more than just one person, though. Just like Heru represents a station, Al-Sar represents a station more than just being rooted in one person. So when one comes on the throne as a king, that one will be Al-Sar, but when he passed form, another Al-Sar rises into his place. And this is how one has to look into what they call the mythos of ancient Kemet. Al-Sar is symbolic to the perfect man. So you have the god of the earth, also forming fertility, who also held power over snakes, earthquakes, and the underworld. Surely if this was the god of the earth, then they would have to have power over those things that deal with the activities that take place with that element. In other words, you would call these angels, because angels, also in this modern religious expression, have certain stations or positions that they are in according to these religious texts. They're angels that are in governance over the sun. They call them spirits of the sun, governance over the moon, spirits of the moon. And so when you get into cherubim, seraphim, Elohim, all of this comes into play here. This is the Neteru, the Kemites. This is the Anunnaki, the Sumerians. This is the Neteru of the Kemites, you see? So Geb, they mention also referred to as Seb or Keb, the etymology of Egyptian earth god's name, unfortunately, lost in time. Keb was a part of the third generation of gods in Egyptian mythology, the son of the air god Shu, and the moisture is a goddess Tefnu. So even Seb is born from Shu and Tefnu, right? Which is breath and moisture, so to speak, air and moisture, right? Water being brought forth in its vapor-like form, and the grandson of Ra, which represents the sunlight. So we see that these particular Neteru represent actions that manifest in creation. So what happens here is that we see that our ancestors had a goodly knowledge of the science and a cosmology of how things came into existence. So don't let nobody tell you that our ancestors were not into the knowledge of science. Now, we may have advanced that knowledge, and most of that knowledge that we have now goes back to them. When they talk about the atom and its ability to be able to produce and reproduce, different aspects of itself and create molecules, in cosmology, this was Atum. So we can go all into all that, but Seb, again, the reason why we choose the concept in relation to dealing with Seb as being who Seb is because Seb also goes back to the Cushite expression as being the first seed. According to the Abrahamic biblical narrative, Seb is the seed of Cush, Seba. You see? Seba, Sheba. Seba are the people of Seba, and Sheba are referred to in Surah 34 in the Grand Quran. This is where Yasabians or Yasabi'un, who Muhammad studied with, was on the manifest. So this is a powerful demonstration, more. We just wanted to bring that, and we can build on that for days. But nevertheless, these are just some of the measures to where we are able to uncover, the many mysteries, of our deific life, if we understand the proper aspects of this history. It's a whole lot of knowledge behind Seb alone. You can just study Seb, a Geb, a Keb alone, and find, a multiplicity in relation to dealing with the wisdom that speak from on high. So I just want to stop that. And if it's somebody that have something to say before we close out in relation to that, all is well. And we can close this demonstration out. Islam?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that when you're looking at the dialects, and the reason why there's so many different dialects is because if the words are written like they were, that means the person's just, interpreting the vowels, like you said, and putting the vowels where they see. So that would bring up why there's different. You got Coptic, you got Demotic, and you got Hieratic because of the word play, the way the words or the vowels fit in, or how the person think the vowels fit in. Islam.
That's right. Islam. Yes, sir. And just by us transliterating a word into a different language, if we don't have an H in that language that we transliterating it, and the other has, an H in it, then we have to drop the H. And so if it was SEBAH, it becomes SEB, and then it goes into A. So even though we spell it different, there's still a connection. This is why what we see even with the word more. If you look into the Latin, they have a different way of saying it. They go into Marus. Some of them have adopted Mar or Mari, and this is all dealing with the language as to whether they have certain letters in their alphabet or whether they use certain letters when it come down to the vowel system. And that's why these words take on different forms in morphology. And that's why we see a difference between Seb, Gab, and Cab, and so forth and so on. Just like we see a different spelling in the name Allah in Arabic than it is in Hebrew. It's ALLAH in Arabic, but it's AHLAH in what we call Hebrew, And so it's just a powerful drawing, family. We just want to say gratitude and Islamism without the schism. And we hope this measure added on to the knowledge, wisdom, and understanding of our people who are seeking to know themselves. So at this time, we're going to pass this demonstration on over to our sister Dendra, Ania Kurtabay.
I think she left. She said, Islam family, I will have to leave at 3. Peace.
Okay. Gratitude. So, okay, brother, you can close us out. All is well.
I could do that. Yes, sir. Gratitude. Okay. I begin. A warning from the prophet to be read in every meeting. I hereby inform all citizens that they must put an end to all radical and agitating speeches while on their jobs, homes, or on the public streets. We advocate peace, not destruction. Stop trying out your cars with the Europeans, for it causes confusion. There has been much confusion caused by citizens trying out their cars. The cars are for your salvation. Failure of obeying my orders will be of severe consequences. We are for love, truth, peace, freedom. And when the principles are violated, justice must then take its course. Any citizens of a group of citizens that seek to hold malicious feelings toward the government or the prophet, or to violate the divine covenant of the Moorish American divine movement, will receive their reward from Allah for their unjust deeds. All true Moors must obey the laws laid down to them by their prophet. And if they lose confidence in their prophet, give up your card and button, cease wearing your turban and fez, and return to the state where I, the prophet, found you. For this is a holy and divine movement founded by the prophet, Noble Drew Ali. And if the prophet is not right, the government is not right. The prophet is sending out a divine plea to all Moors, all true Moorish Americans, that they may do their part in protecting their prophet and the government. This is an everlasting movement founded by the prophet through the will of Allah to redeem his people from their sinful ways. The holy covenant of the Asiatic nation. Ye are the children of one father, provided for by his care, and the breast of one mother hath given you suck. Let the bonds of affection therefore unite thee with thy brothers, that peace and happiness may dwell in thy father's house. And when ye separate in the world, remember the relation that bindeth you to love and unity, and prefer not a stranger before thy own blood. If thy brother is in adversity, assist him. If thy sister is in trouble, forsake her not. So shall the fortunes of thy father contribute to the support of his whole nation, whole race, and his care be continued to you all in your love to each other. Islam Moors, that will close our session. Islam. Very powerful message.
Great class, Dr. Shaheed. Gratitude, Moorish Ken.
Great class.
Islam.
Peace and love. Blessed
Yes,
Prophet's
love, Moors.
Manifestation Day.
Oh yeah,
Islam.
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 Gratitude.
Manifestation Day.
Praise be to Allah. Islamism. Gratitude to our Moorish kin. We love you, Moors. Want to give honors as well to all of those who came out, avenged the ancestors, Noble Brian, Brother Mark Bumpazell. We give honors to Janet Wooten Bay, Lisa Nicole Moria Bale, Brother Henry Galloway. We know that's our brother Ephraim Yashin Bay. We give honors to Jehudi Bay, for showing up as well. El Reyes, we give honors to our family. And we see Tony Chiba. We give honors to that good brother too. And we see Mari Bantus, Love and Light family are now jump on. May I ask the question, explain what's the meaning of Gale, but it's okay. That's one of the things that we coming to correct, Brother Mari Bantus. We don't subscribe to the Europeans' transliterations, and we connecting to our people with our own transliterations of these things. So you got to look at it. Rome has always often interjected their own interpretation of something into a particular ancient text, but that don't make it true. It's a expression that we like to say over here in the Moorish government. It ain't what they call you, it's what you answer to. You see, if somebody call you butch, Fido, dog, Negro, or whatever, well, if you answer to that, that's on you. And so it's the same thing when we deal with this information. By default, if our people don't come out to change this stuff like we doing right now and retransliterate this, that means they accept them false interpretations and false narratives, that you demonstrated just then. We don't accept that. We ain't laying down, and that's why we here to retranslate. So that question will be made applicable to somebody that accept the European translation, as opposed to those who are here to retranslate, what has been reverse engineered by the European. So with that being said, peace and love, family. We love you. And gratitude, Moors. We see you in Sunday school, Moorish America.
See you in Sunday school.
See you Sunday.
Gratitude, peace and love.
Love.
Islam, gratitude, peace and love. We love you, family.
Gratitude.
Happy Manifestation Day.
That's right.